Oh my gosh, the time has come. I've been very excited for this video and also dreading it because it's going to take so long. But today's the day we are finally going to go over my entire Switch collection. I have a Switch addiction. Originally, this was going to be a 3 or 4 day endeavor. I'm just going to try and get it all done today. Right now, it's almost 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just going to try and power through and try my best. And give you guys some information about all the games I own and some gameplay, and try and show some respect to my favorite consoles collection. First of all, if you saw my PS5 collection video, you know I have some ground rules. When I watch other game collections on YouTube, there's a couple things that I can't stand. I can't stand when people talk about games that they haven't played yet, because I'm like, why are you telling me about this if you haven't played it? So, if I do have any games in here, which I don't think I do, have any games that I haven't played, I'm not going to talk about them. I'll just be like, here's this, and then keep going. And then I'm also going to try and find gameplay for all these games, which is going to be quite a feat, because in that video, I said that I thought I had 250 Switch games. Well, I counted them last night, and I've got 400. So recording all of the footage, talking about each game is going to take forever, and then trying to get gameplay for it all is going to take even longer. But I really, really want to do this right because it's my favorite console of all time. It's the reason that I made this channel, and I want to give the collection respect. My kids actually have their own Switch collection, so we have like 15 games upstairs. So if there's any games that you're like, where's this, where's that, it might be in their rooms. Like my son has Super Smash Brothers, so you won't see it in my collection here. He has a bunch of Lego games and sports games, Just Dance, stuff like that. For those of you that don't know me, I'm usually a gameplay first kind of gamer. If the gameplay is not super fun to me and engaging all the way through, I usually won't finish a game because I don't really care about story. And if I really care about it, I can just watch it on YouTube. I want that dopamine hit from, the combat and exploring the world. And if that's not there, I usually bounce off of a game. But I have played all these games. Some of them are sealed because I have them digital. I have quite a large digital collection too, about 600 games. So I have about 1,000 in total. That's going to be another video for another time. But for this one, we're just going to be covering the physical. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everybody if they could please like and subscribe. That'd be awesome. We're on the road to 200 subscribers. I would like to go even way further than that. So if you're enjoying the video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Okay, so my entire Switch collection is behind me. I'm going to take them off in like little sections, one at a time, and I'll be going through them. They are all alphabetical. And then down on the bottom, I have my sealed games, so we'll go through those probably at the end. And then I'm going to change the little screen behind me so we see more than just my view and sub count the whole time. All right, the first section has been emptied. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, this first game is called Ninth Dawn 3. Shadow of Earthhill. I didn't know that it had a little weird subtitle like that. This game is kind of like a dungeon crawler, almost like Diablo, but it almost looks like you're made of paper. So like when you move back and forth, you look like thin, like you're actually made out of paper. The thing I don't like about this game is the combat. You're just kind of like swinging, and it doesn't feel like you're connecting with anything. So if this had a little bit more visceral combat, I would like it a lot more. But it has some really cool dungeons, and really, you can upgrade your loot. And if you're into those Diablo-style dungeon crawlers, this one's pretty good. I just wish the combat was better. All right, next one's going to be Ace Combat 7. I found this one, I thought it was weird. It didn't have an ESRB thing. I guess it came in some kind of like collector's edition or something. I got this at a used game store. I don't know, I always viewed these games to be technical showpieces. So the fact that they brought this one to Switch, I thought was really, really cool. Obviously, it's a game where you're flying around in a plane, doing dogfights. Sometimes these games can get a little bit disorienting for me, and I get dizzy playing them for too long. But this one's a really good one. If you guys are into games like that, or if you've played any of the other ones in the series, this one's on Switch. A lot of people, I feel like, don't even know this one's on Switch. All right, next one is Aces of the Luftwaffe. I found this one at Best Buy a long time ago. I want to say within like the first year or two of the Switch's life. And this is kind of like a update to like 1942, like one of those like vertical shmups, and you're just in warplanes shooting. It's a pretty good shoot 'em up. It was pretty unremarkable. Okay, Advance Wars 1 and 2. I remember playing the Advance War games on the GBA, and I'm not usually a big turn-based fan. I'm more of an action combat kind of guy. You'll definitely see that during the course of this video. But this one actually I thought was pretty fun. And when I heard they were bringing both of these to Switch, I thought that was a really cool idea for them to do. Obviously, because of the war in Ukraine, the release of this game was a little bit delayed. When it came out, it was a nice package to have on Switch. They're good games. And for me to say that, they're pretty good because I don't even like turn-based games too much. Speaking of turn-based games, Adventure Time, Pirates of the Enchiridion. I'm a big Adventure Time fan. When my kids were little, I remember watching Adventure Time with them. And I love the music that they picked for these for the show. And I just loved the Land of Ooh, is that what it's called? And all the characters are so wacky, and some of the plots were just insane. And that all carries over here to the game. The game looks exactly like the show. But you'll notice here, there's a big warning sign where it says OG Outright Games. Usually all the games that this publisher puts out are turds. They're usually really, really bad. And this one did not run well on Switch. I haven't played this one in a long time, but I remember it didn't run very well at all. But it looked just like the show. It had a great vibe, but it is turn-based combat. So that's kind of why that combined with the bad performance, I kind of bounced off of that one. But if you're an Adventure Time fan, you want something that's pretty faithful to the show, that's a pretty good one. All right, Eterno Bleed 2. I thought I said 4 for a second. I was like, that's 2, right? This is just like a generic walking from left to right action combat game. I kind of jumped into this without watching reviews or knowing too much about it, and it's not very good. It was pretty unremarkable. Quiet, someone's calling me. All right, this one is A Hat in Time. This one is a 3D platformer, kind of like Banjo-Kazooie or Mario 64. And this one came out at a time when we were really, really jonesing for one of these. And I remember it came to computers first. It was on Steam, and I'm not a computer player at all. So I was like, I'm just going to wait for it to come to console. And I'm glad I did, because it came to Switch. And this is a really, really great game. If you're a fan of N64 style 3D platformers, this is a great game. Pick that one up if you can. Among the Sleep. This is kind of I want to say a horror game, but it's not really. It's just kind of spooky. You play as a toddler walking around your house. I got bored pretty quickly with it. But if you're into creepy type games, this might be worth a look. Anodyne 2. Now, I downloaded the first Anodyne for the Switch, and it was an old school. It looked like an old school NES RPG. It was $5. It was super, super cheap. So when I heard they made a sequel, I was interested about it. And then I checked out gameplay. And what I saw, totally blew my mind. This game is insane. I don't know what the developers were up to when they made this game, but this game is bananas crazy. I'm going to try and show some crazy footage of it. But it keeps changing art style and gameplay, and the dialogue makes no sense, and it's just all over the place. But I kind of love it for that. It's just so weird. If you're into weird games, definitely check this one out. You can skip the first one, but this one's just interesting. Another Code Recollection. I bought this just because it's a Nintendo published release that not many people talk about. And it's a remake of a DS game called Trace Memory, I believe. And then there's another game on here that was only in Japan. They're just detective, point and click games. I'm not usually into these, and I played it for a couple hours, and it's definitely not my bag. But if you guys like point and click adventure games, or if you just want to have a complete Nintendo published collection, might be a good one to pick up. All right, this one is Aqua Moto Racing Utopia. I was a big Wave Race fan back in the day, playing all those games and, marveling at the water physics. So when I found out that there was one of these made for the Switch, I wanted to check it out. And it's actually really fun. You can get some big air off of some of the jumps, And the water physics are actually surprisingly good in here. I was looking at the developer and I was like, this probably isn't going to be very good. But I remember I put a lot of time into this one. I really, really enjoyed this one. So if you guys are old school Wave Race fans, you're looking for something in that vein that's new, check this one out. We're still on the A's. Oh my gosh. It's going to take forever. All right, Ark Survival Evolved. This game's, I don't know, the way I would phrase this game is like Minecraft with like dinosaurs. It's like a survival game where you have to make shelter and develop things and craft things, and I really can't get into this one. But I heard that they improved the performance on Switch, so I wanted to get it and check it out. And it still doesn't run very well in my opinion, and it's not my kind of game, but it's cool to have for the collection. Ari, Secret of Seasons. This is like a 3D action-adventure game. I want to say a platformer. I don't think there's too much platforming. But there's like combat that's not very good, and the camera's kind of bad. And if I can remember correctly, I don't think it ran very well on Switch. And the character was kind of annoying. So I kind of bounced off of this one pretty quick. But if you like 3D action-adventure games, you can probably get this one pretty cheap. All right, Assassin's Creed. I have a lot of these. Growing up, I was an adult, but when I was younger, playing the Assassin's Creed games on like the PS3 and the 360, I was a big fan of the first one, actually. I don't hear anyone ever say that, but I love the first Assassin's Creed. When they got to Assassin's 2, I feel like they put too much stuff in it. It was like, I don't know, it was just too much. And I kind of lost interest the more the series went. But a lot of these I haven't played to completion, so I wanted to pick them up for Switch. This one is Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. It comes with Liberation as well, so it has 3 and Liberation. Liberation was the Vita game where you play as a female, I believe. And then this one is the Ezio collection. This one comes with Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and Assassin's Creed Revelations. Out of those 3, I think 2 is the only one that I finished back in the day. So I eventually I'd like to get to these. And then I think this is the only other one they have for Switch. Assassin's Creed, the Rebel Collection, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and Assassin's Creed Rogue. I keep hearing all the time about how good Black Flag is from everybody. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try this. And I've tried several times. I just can't get into it. I don't know if it's like the ship combat or what, but like I'm not like in love with pirates. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but I think they're remaking it, so I probably won't be buying that one either. So I'm eventually hoping to get through these. So I'm going to move my stack here for a second. The stacks are going to be all over the place. All right, Astalon. I picked this one up a couple weeks ago in Tucson. It's a limited run joint, and it has like a really old school art style to it. I tried to play some of it, and I just can't get into it. You have these 3 characters, and they have different abilities, and you have to use them to solve environmental puzzles. I was hoping I was going to like this one more than I am. All right, here's a biggie. This is my favorite Switch exclusive. I'll say that. I absolutely love this game. If you guys haven't played this and you love 3D action games, you have to check this out. It's developed by Platinum. It's got a great art style, really, really great music, a really creative combat mechanic in which you can wrap a chain around enemies. It's really cool. I haven't played this in a long time. I need to go back. But I remember the opening sequence, right when I played it, I was like, all right, we're in for something special here. And it's just a great game. Astral Chain, so good. Yeah, it's probably my favorite Switch exclusive. Not probably. I think, yeah, it is. Oh, hello. Motorcycle outside. All right. Atari 50. I am not a fan of old school Atari games at all. Like, I understand their place in history. I respect what they did for the industry and what they did for, advancing games. But, I don't really want to play them. So when this came out, I just ignored it. Then I heard it has, like, Jaguar stuff on it and, like, just a ton of stuff. And they also have like a lot of like video interviews with the developers, and it's almost like a virtual museum. Like this just really took me by surprise when I heard they were releasing a collection of Atari games. I was like, okay, pass. But the more I heard about this, I'm like, wow, they really did take their time and they did a fantastic job. There's like, box art and manual art and like pictures of the arcade machines. And yeah, like I said, interviews. This thing's like jam-packed with stuff. And it has a ton of Atari games if you're into that. But I like the Jaguar games and some of the older ones. Or the newer ones, rather. But yeah, they really did a nice job with this. Kind of surprised by that. Oops. All right, Axiom Verge. Yeah, this was a Metroidvania developed by one guy. I'm trying to remember his name. Thomas Happ. I hope that's right. We'll see. He just did a phenomenal job with this game. The fact that this was made by one dude is just mind-blowing to me. It's just a great Metroidvania game. It's pretty standard, but, I mean, it's a great one to have for Switch. And I just think it's cool that it was made by one guy. Oh, I'm dropping stuff left and right here. All right, Azure Striker Gunvolt. This is kind of like a Mega Man clone. It's okay. I just kind of played through as much as I could and kind of bounced. I was not falling in love with the combat as much as I thought I was going to. I wanted to like the music more. But if you're into those Mega Man combat type games, you might like this one. All right, Bakaru. I covered this on a video of games I never see in the wild. I mean, I've never seen this game for sale. It's just, you don't see it. I had to get it on Best Buy. I pre-ordered it from them. I think it was $40. But this was a Japanese-only game for a while. And it's really cool. You play this guy with these taiko drumsticks, walking around, beating up enemies, collecting stuff, hitting drums. It's really fun. I was really glad that it got a U.S. release. But I'm getting worried that no one's talking about it, and I'm not sure if it sold very well. But it was digital only for like months for $40, and I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait for the physical. I held out, and then I'm glad I waited for the physical because it's a cool cover too. Just a nice one to have physical for sure. All right, this one I always have to defend. I don't know why everyone hates this game so much. I really like this game. And I'm not saying it to be like contrarian or anything like that. Like, I genuinely think this is a great game. And I'm going to show you guys how much I think it's a good game. So we have this one, and this one. I've got it on 3 systems. I've beat it on 2 of them, and I'm working on this one. I mean, would I do that with a game that's terrible? Like, use my own free time to play a game that's awful? It's good. Like, I think the colors are amazing. It's a beautiful looking game. The music's fantastic. Like the story is whatever. You're helping people. And like, I don't know, going back to previously completed chapters with costumes that you unlocked. I think this is a really good game. I don't know why I got so much hate. Like right when the demo came out, I remember everyone was like, oh, like every button does the same thing. Like, yeah, that's how it was designed. Yeah. So I feel like that was like the main thing that everyone was like, now we're going to hate this game forever. I don't know. I like this game. I'll defend it. Obviously, adding all these was not cheap. I think this one was like $6. This one was like $8. I just wanted to have them on all the systems because I really think it's a good game. Sorry. Okay, this is the Baldur's Gate collection 1 and 2. This has actually gotten pricey over the last year or so. Probably once Baldur's 3 came out, Baldur's Gate 3. I kind of got these thinking that they were like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2 for like the old Xbox. They're not. These are like the computer games, like the super, super old computer games. And the controls have not translated to Switch very well at all. These are like so hard to play on the Switch. It's really cool to play. I would love to sit down and actually like dig into one of these, but the controls have stopped me from doing so far. All right, this is the Batman Arkham Trilogy. I feel like this game was too little too late. Like if this game had come out, it only came out like a year ago. If this game had come out like halfway through the Switch's life or earlier in the Switch's life, I feel like it would have performed a lot better sales-wise. And I know especially Arkham Knight on here does not run very well. I haven't tried it on Switch 2 yet, but the other 2 games are like some of my favorites. I love Arkham Asylum especially. That's one of my favorite games ever. I really like that one. Never got into the other 2 too much, but it's really cool having these on Switch. I just wish that Knight had run a little bit better and wish it came out earlier. All right, this is the last one of the first stack here. Battle Chef Brigade. I just found this one a couple weeks ago. I made a video about it. This is a limited run joint in which you play a match 3 puzzle game to make ingredients to make dishes. And you find the ingredients by going out and actually like using a hack and slash action mechanic to kill animals and monsters to get the ingredients for your dish. I think that's so creative. We need more games like this, like where they have like a puzzle element mixing with an action game. We don't have enough of those. I think that would be really, really cool if they start doing that with more games. But yeah, this game is really cool. I love the premise. All right, we're done with stack 1. I'm going to go get stack 2. Okay, stack number 2. Bee Simulator. I was really into games where you play as animals back in the day. Like I remember pre-ordering Dog's Life for the PS2, Mr. Mosquito, stuff like that. So when I heard they were making a bee simulator for Switch, I was quite excited. If I remember correctly, this came out really expensive, digitally first, and I was like, I'll just wait for the physical. And sure enough, I waited and this got really cheap. This game's super short. That's like the one really bad thing about it. And some of the mini games are pretty mindless. But I really liked this game. Like flying around as a bee, looking for the different scents and doing the different little tasks. And I think it was really cool. Like my kids watched me play that, and it was like really cool for them to see kind of like how, like what the inside of the hive looks like and how they work together with the other bees and what they do for the queen. And I don't know, I thought it was really neat. This game's cool. If you can find it for cheap, I definitely recommend it. Beyond the Ice Palace 2. I just got this one a couple weeks ago. This one's like a Metroidvania. It has some really, really cool mechanics with the whip, where you can like whip like a chest and like pull it open like that. It has some really cool traversal mechanics with the whip as well, where you can kind of like use the momentum to get you up to higher places and stuff. I haven't played too much of this, like an hour or two. I'm really liking this so far, and I'm a real sucker for the art style. I love pixel art. That's like one of my, I don't know, I'm just always a huge fan of pixel art stuff. But that one's been fun so far. All right, Biomutant. This one I have kind of an interesting story about. So when this one came out years ago for the Xbox and the PS4, I believe, yeah. And I was really interested in it. It looked really interesting. It had some really cool crafting options, and the combat looked interesting. So I actually bought it on Xbox. And I played it for like 3 hours, and I was like, I kind of jumped off, forgot about it, didn't think about it again. And then years later, they're like, oh, by the way, it's coming to Switch. And I was like, well, maybe I'll give it another shot on Switch. And it looks really bad on Switch. Like going from the Xbox version to the Switch version was a shocking experience, I'll put it that way. But I played this for like 35 hours. I don't know why. Like, even if a game like looks worse and the frame rate's worse, if I can just play it on the go, like I'll play way more of it. I played the what out of this game. I really liked it. A lot of people, didn't get this game or don't think that it's good. Like it totally clicked for me on the Switch. Xbox, it didn't click. Switch, it clicked, and I really, really enjoyed it. If you like open world games with like unique characters and crafting and really cool loot, it's worth a shot. All right, this is one of my favorite games of all time, BioShock. Right when they announced the Switch, and they're like, okay, we're making a console where you're gonna be able to play like some of the best games of all time on the go. I was like, please, please bring BioShock to the Switch. And then I remember that trailer where 2K said that they were bringing BioShock, Borderlands, and XCOM 2 to the Switch. And I was so happy. This is the BioShock collection. It comes with all 3 games, 1, 2, and Infinite. I love the first game, and I actually love the second game too. Infinite is my least favorite, and I know that's a hot take, but I don't like the story. I don't like how it ends, and to me it makes the lighthouse from the first like way less interesting. If you've played through Infinite, you probably know what I'm talking about. But I love these games so much. I can't wait for the next one. And I'm very curious about Ken Levine's new game, Judas. That looks really, really cool too. But having these on the Switch is just amazing. The one bad thing is that the cart does not contain too much of the games. So you have to like download the rest of them. So it does take quite a bit. Does it say? Yeah, it says game requires at least a 31 gig download. So, just like the game key cards, it's not all on here, but small price to pay to play some of my favorite games ever on the go. All right, Black Future 88. This is like a roguelike. Trying to think of a way to describe it. Moving from left to right, trying to clear rooms. It's quite difficult though, but I really like the art aesthetic. And I got it for really cheap. If you're into like pixelated combat-focused roguelikes, this is a pretty cool one. One that not many people talk about. Okay, this is Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. This was the game that was kickstarted by Igarashi, the guy that did Symphony of the Night. I'm a big Symphony of the Night fan. I love Castlevania. So trying this was a no-brainer. Unfortunately, I can't get into this one. And I think a big part of it is the art style. I really wish they would have just gone with like a pixelated Symphony of the Night look. Instead, it looks like a cell phone game to me. I just don't like the way that it looks. And it's kept me from playing too much of it. But I just love that Metroidvanias and Castlevania games like Symphony of the Night are getting more attention. Because that's just a fantastic genre. But no one's really done it as well as, the original Symphony of the Night. But I'm glad they tried, at least. All right, this one was a swing and a miss for me. Usually I avoid anime games like The Plague. But down here it says Koei Tecmo. So I was like, all right, they've made some really good hack and slash games. And I saw this for a really good price somewhere. And I was like, what, I'll just take a gamble on it and see what it is. It's not for me. The second I saw the combat, I was like, yeah, I'm out. It's just turn-based anime-ness. I'm not into it. I'm just keeping it for the collection at this point. All right, this is the Borderlands collection. This one comes with 1, 2, and the pre-sequel. To this day, the first Borderlands is still my favorite. I have such great memories of playing Borderlands 1 on the 360 with my friends. Just getting through the whole game co-op was so fun. I remember pre-ordering Borderlands 2, and I got home and I never got into it. And that remains true today. I can't get through 2. I just lose interest. I don't get good weapons. I don't know what it is. But I love the first one to death. Second one, I can't get into, and I've never even tried the pre-sequel. One of these days, hopefully. This is another one by 2K that requires a huge download, unfortunately. And then here's Borderlands 3. I did get into this one a little bit more than 2. But the villains are so cringy. The writing is so bad. They have like these influencers, and I'm just not a fan of it. But, the traditional Borderlands combat is intact. And this one runs pretty well on Switch. I was pretty impressed with it. I was kind of shocked this even came to Switch, to be honest. But they did a good job, and I'm hoping to get through this one someday. All right, Bramble. Oh, this one took me by surprise. I was watching YouTube, and somebody had this on like a hidden gems list. And when I saw the footage of it, I was like, wow, this is really dark. It's a really dark game, like in the best way. I really liked this game a lot. I was in GameStop and I saw it used, so I was like, sure, I'll try it. It was like $20 or something. And wow, I didn't put this down until I finished it. And I can't say that about too many games, especially nowadays. But it has to do with like folklore from, I think it is Scandinavia. I can't remember. It has to do with some places folklore and like the stories that they told to kids. Just really, really neat. Just I don't want to spoil anything, but some of the things that happen in this game are just amazing. It's darker than you think. You see these two kids running around, you're like, oh, it's going to be like a nice calm time. Nope. There's some stuff in this game. It gets pretty dark, but I love it for that. All right, Bravely Default 2. I got this because I love the look of it, actually. I think it's just a beautiful looking RPG. Like when you're going around the open world and the combat, I think it looks really cool. Unfortunately, the combat turned me off, and some of the way that you progress the characters and build their jobs, I wasn't too into. But I'm glad to have it for the collection. I kind of want to get the new one for Switch too. I think that's a remake of the first one. Burnout Paradise. I've been praying and praying and praying to the racing gods to bring Burnout 3 to the Switch for years. It hasn't happened. The best we've gotten is this. And, I mean, it's a Burnout game, but it's my least favorite Burnout game. I just don't like, going around an open world trying to find my races. I feel like the open world formula didn't do the Burnout games any favors. I just think they should get rid of that. I just want to go to a menu, pick my race, and go. But I'm glad we got it on Switch. But I bring 3. Where's Burnout 3? I want this Paradise stuff. All right, Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I bought this for 2 games in particular. I'm a huge Dreamcast fan. If you saw my room tour, you'll know that. But I got this game particularly for Power Stone 1 and 2. Being a huge Dreamcast fan, I love the Power Stone games. I do not like one-on-one fighting games, so I've never really gotten into like Marvel vs. Capcom or Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. You're not going to see a lot of that stuff in this collection. But I loved Power Stone, just the craziness of it. For some reason, those games just clicked with me, but a lot of other fighters do not. All right, this one's called Captain Tsubasa, Rise of New Champions. This is a really strange game. It's like a mixture of like a graphic novel and a soccer game, but the soccer game plays really, really loose and not very good. It's like really arcadey, but not in a good way. It just has a ton of talking. I don't know. I bought this for the premise, and I was hoping that the gameplay was going to, live up to my expectations, but it really did not. But it's cool. It's a cool concept. All right, I'm just going to hold all these up at once because they're all kind of together. I have Cat Quest 1, 2, and 3. I remember I had a funny story about that. Somebody just sent Cat Quest 1 and 2 to me on the internet. I still don't know who gave me this game. If it's you, thank you. I ended up liking these games quite a bit. I was like talking smack about them on a message board, and someone just sent them to my house, which is really weird. And then Cat Quest 3 is really good too. I haven't made it through any of these, but the combat makes it fun. And I like all the cat puns. I think it's just a stupid fun time. Cave Story. I remember I had this on the Wii. I think it was was it the Wii? Yeah, I think so. Probably one of the first digital games I ever bought. And when I heard it was coming to Switch, I was like, I'll get it. It's a good time. It's a short game, but I like the way it flows, the way it feels, the shooting. It's really cool. I like the graphics. It's a short game you can get through pretty quickly. I don't know. I've always enjoyed Cave Story. I think it's a cool game. This is a really good one. Children of Morta. This is like a top-down. What did you say? Like a top-down, almost like a twin-stick shooter, but like not. It's hard to explain. But you have like this family that like works together, and all of them have different abilities. The combat's really cool. I actually love this game. It's really, really nice. I love the pixelated art style. I'm a sucker for that. And the combat feels great. I love the family mechanic of it. Really enjoyed Children of Morta. I think it's a game that more people should talk about. Cities Skylines. Huge SimCity fan from back in the day. I remember the first time that I saw SimCity on a computer, I was like, oh wow, you get to like make your own city and you see the little cars moving around. I thought that was so cool. As a kid that grew up with Legos, making towns and, city settings, that was so magical to me. And I'm kind of sad that like the SimCity, games kind of fell off. But luckily, City Skylines is there to pick up the torch. These games are awesome. I played a lot of it on Xbox. I haven't played too much of the Switch one, but I know when it came to Switch, I was going to have to get it. I just love city builders. I think they're so fun. We need more city builders. Let's go. Clive and Wrench. This is a 3D platformer that I believe was supposed to get released on the Wii U, but got canceled, if I'm remembering correctly. This is not a great game. I saw it at GameStop. I was like, oh, that's that game that was supposed to come out for the Wii U. Let me check it out. It looks bad. It doesn't run great. It's really hard to tell what to do in this game. I don't know. It's a 3D platformer, and I love 3D platformers, but it's not a very good one, unfortunately. Clock Tower Rewind. I'm not a big horror game guy, but the premise of a killer with a giant pair of scissors chasing someone around that has no way of defending themselves sounds really interesting. I've never played any of the Clock Tower games. So I was on Limited Run's website, and they said, oh, we're doing a remake of Clock Tower called Clock Tower Rewind. And I was like, you know what? For the Switch, like, if I'm going to play a Clock Tower game, the Switch is going to be where I do it. So I bought it. Man, do I regret this purchase. This is like, I know it's a remake of an old game, but like you need to kind of bring it up to like current times a little bit. Like this is slow. This is so slow. Like you actually have like a little pointer that goes around the screen, and you click on the floor, and she slowly moves to it. It's like I cannot do it. I cannot. If anyone's able to get through this game, I give it to you because this game is like Ambien to me. I just fall right asleep. But man, I wish they would have put more quality of life improvements. It's rough. All right, Clubhouse 51 games. I respect what this collection was doing. It's a ton of games. They're all done really well. And I like how they're all packaged together. Like the art style is really clean. It looks really nice. I like the fonts. I'm weird with fonts. You can play it online. But I mean, I don't love a lot of the games. Like, I don't know if like there are any games that I was like addicted to. You know, I would love it because I think this game is so cool. But I just really can't get into any of the games. I play them once and I'm like, okay. And then I move on. But I like how it's all packaged together like that. All right, Collection of Mana. This comes with 3 games, trying to remember. Final Fantasy Adventure, Secret of Mana, and Trials of Mana, which I know one of them was never released here. I just thought it was really cool to have 3 old school RPGs on the go. I haven't played too much of these, but I never played Final Fantasy Adventure as a kid. I had a Game Boy, but I was not into RPGs at all when I was younger. Secret of Mana, I've played a little bit, and I haven't really touched Trials of Mana. But yeah, it's a cool collection. I feel like that's one that's going to be hard to find someday. Colors Live. This is really interesting. This is an actual piece of like art software. And hold on, I'm going to find the pen. It actually came with a pen. Yeah, this is it right here. It's like an actual pen that you plug into the headphone jack of the Switch. And it has this little like plastic plate on it. Sorry, it's hard to tell. But it's actually like pressure sensitive. So it can tell like how hard you're pressing down on it. It's really neat. I don't know. I thought this game was really cool. I mean, it's not going to compete with like real art software for like the computer and stuff. But to have like a piece of art software on the Switch, I thought it was really cool. So I made all kinds of cool stuff. And it actually has like a quest mode where it like tells you, okay, now you need to try to paint this. Now I need to try to paint that. And you can actually upload your artwork online and see everyone else's stuff. Super cool. No one ever talks about this game either. I mean, it's not really a game. But if you're artistic in any way, if you don't know about that, jump on Colors Live. It's awesome. It's a really good game. I put hours into this because I love art and drawing. And I made some really cool stuff on here, not to flex. We'll see if I can find some of it. But yeah, this game's awesome. Conscript. I got this game in Tucson. I made a video. It was in my Tucson video that I made. Not great. I can't get into this one at all. It's like this top down. You're walking around these like bunkers, and I don't know. I can't get into this one. I don't know if it's like just how clunky it is or how dark. It's very dark. I don't know. Not really feeling this one. Only 3 more on the stack. Look at us. Oh yeah, this one's a bummer. This is a download code. Ugh. Constructor Plus. I told you I'm way into my city builders. So I was like, ooh, let's do that. And I was like, oh, it's a download code. But I want the case. So I got this, downloaded it. Nothing inside. But I don't know. It's not a great city builder either. And it tries to have like a story with like the mafia and stuff. It's not good. Disappointed in that one. This one, I always have to defend too. I like this game. And I heard about this game. If you go into it thinking it's a Contra game, you won't like it. But if you call it like generic shooter 287, you know, and just go into it without like a Contra expectation, your views of it will be much different. It's a really fun game. I think it's great. It's got cool combat. The thing that's the worst about this game is like the way you upgrade your character and your weapons is so obtuse. It's so weird. It's almost like they made it like intentionally more complicated than they needed to. It's just really strange. But I don't know. This game gets a ton of hate. I think it's pretty good. I don't know. Just don't think of it as a Contra game. Crash Bandicoot. I was totally oblivious to the Crash Bandicoot series. I didn't have a PlayStation growing up. So I didn't play a Crash game until the Crash collection came to the PS4 because it didn't come to Switch at first. And I played Crash 1 on the PS4. And I was shocked how fun it was, but I was also shocked how difficult it was. I was like, wow, these games are like no joke. So I played through the first one. I think I played through like half of the second. And then that game sold so well, they were able to make a new one. And I played this for a few hours. It was pretty good. I need to go back to this one. It's good. If you guys like difficult platformers, where you're falling in lava and swearing, they're a good time. All right, we're done with stack 2. Time for 3. All right, I'm just going to start leaving the games off of the shelf so we can see how much progress we made. That'll be kind of fun. And then I'll put all the games on the floor for a cool thumbnail. We'll see. All right, I like this stack. This stack's got some good ones in it. All right, here we go. Here's the Insane Trilogy. This is one I said came to Switch after the PS4. Comes with Crash 1, 2, and 3. Like I said, I've beaten 1, got like halfway through 2. 3 I haven't really played. But I like those games. I think they're fun. This is an interesting one. Creature in the Well. One of my favorite game genres is pinball. And any game that like incorporates pinball into like a different genre, I'm instantly sold. And that's totally what this game is. You're this little guy going around this like mountain base, and you have to hit these orbs around different spots of the environment to trigger things, just like pinball. I really think this game is really interesting. I wish more games would kind of take pinball and incorporate it into other genres like this one has. I thought they did a fantastic job on this game. I really enjoyed it. I have it digitally, but I wanted it physically as well just because I like it so much. And I think this game's awesome. So if you guys are into cool pinball mashups, that one's definitely worth a look. Chris Tales. This is a RPG. I feel like they were making this game forever. Like it was just in development hell for forever. It has a really cool mechanic where you like go between different times and places. A beautiful art style. I couldn't really get too into the combat, which is kind of what made me bounce off of this one. But it has a really nice look to it, and I don't know, I just respect it, but I don't really want to play it. But it looks nice. Okay, this is probably my favorite Final Fantasy game, and I'm like scared to show you. I love this game. I had this game on PSP because, I mean, I'm not a Final Fantasy guy, pretty much because I don't like turn-based combat. And that's what it was for decades. They're finally starting to get away from that. And this was like the first time when I remember I was like hearing a review or something, and they were like, yeah, so the hack and slash real-time combat. And I was like, wait, what? It's not turn-based? Oh, okay. Then this one's for me. So I got it for the PSP, played through it, absolutely loved it. And it was trapped on there for a long time. And then when I heard they were making a Switch remake of it, oh, I was so excited. So I bought this like day one, played through it, absolutely love it. It's got great combat, love this game. I think it looks and runs great on Switch too. I know it's on like PS5 also, but like, I don't know. Just get it where you can play it portably. That's what I would do. That's what I did do. Cruise and Blast. My kids go to like Peter Piper all the time, and I'm like constantly going to like pizza parties and stuff and arcades, and I always see these Raw Thrills racing games. Well, they brought one to Switch. This is just like what you'd play in like an arcade or a Dave and Buster's or a Peter Piper Pizza, but you have to worry about quarters or swiping the card or quarters. I'm showing my age. You don't have to swipe the card. You can play as many times as you want. There's like branching paths, unlockable vehicles. This game's a ton of fun. Another game that not a lot of people talk about. I love arcadey racers. I'm not a sim racing fan. But like Burnout, games like this, oh, I can totally get down with those. Love that one. All right. This one and the next one are by NIS. These are like kind of anime looking games, but they have really cool combat. Like the story, I just skip. But I love the art style. Look at this cover. This cover is just sick. I think it's so cool looking. But the combat's really fun. It's got cool enemy designs. I just like a lot about this game. Even though it kind of has like an anime aesthetic, I just like ignore that and just come for the combat. Yeah, but it's really fun. And this one's kind of in the same line with this one, Crystar. It's kind of the same thing, same kind of combat. I really like these games. These are getting hard to find. So if you guys see these anywhere, I would recommend picking those up because I think they're going to be hard to find after a while. See, I told you there's a lot of good ones in here. I say that, and then there's one that I don't like too much. Man, I heard so many good things about this game. Right when it came out, like all I could hear was "Cult of the Lamb, Cult of the Lamb, Cult of the Lamb." I was like, "All right, I'll play it, sure." I don't get it. I don't like the art style. I don't like the combat. I don't like having to worry about like all the people that are like worshiping me. Like, I just can't get into it. I know streamers liked this game because you could like incorporate this into your stream, and you could like make your streamers like your worshipers or something. I don't care about that stuff. So, I mean, I was just kind of like, okay, I don't know why everyone's loving this game so much, but I tried. Not really for me though. All right, Daemon Ex Machina. This game's going up in price. If you guys see this one, pick this one up too. They're making a sequel for this one for Switch 2. It's fun. You're kind of flying around as a mech, shooting lasers and stuff. It's okay. I couldn't really get into it too much. It's got a lot of anime aesthetics to it also. And I'm not a huge mech guy, but it does have a lot of action. I'll give it that. Lots of stuff blowing up real good. It's fun to fly around and shoot stuff as a flying mech. So you can have a fun time with it. But not many people talk about that game. I feel like it came out to a thud. It came out and then like nobody talked about it. All right, Darksiders 1. I have the misprint one. I got the black spine. Apparently, Nintendo was very mad when they found out that THQ Nordic messed up the printing and put a black spine on it. I thought it was intentional. I went and pre-ordered this actually, and I got it at GameStop. And so I remember going up to the guy, and he handed me the game, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. It's black." He's like, "Yeah, they must have like done that to like match the aesthetic of the case or something." Not the case. They just messed up. So this one's, I mean, I don't think it's like rare or hard to find or worth anything. I think it's awesome. It's just kind of cool, and like a whole wall of red. There's like this like one random black spine. Speaking of the game, though, the game's excellent. This is probably my favorite Darksiders game. People always like equate this to Zelda. I don't get that at all. I like this better than Zelda, like way better than Zelda. Like if you show someone the combat in this and then the combat in Zelda, I think there's no comparison. I love this game. I think it's really good. So because I loved it so much, I got Darksiders 2. This one's not as good. This one's more of like a loot game. You get tons of loot. I just feel like it wasn't as good. You're like riding around on a horse. I don't know. It was just, I don't know. It didn't have the same magic that the first one had. It's a good game still, but I was hoping for it to be more like the first one. And then the third one, I haven't played too much of, and I heard it runs really well on Switch 2 now, like 60 frames per second. So I'm going to try and bust this one again. But I like the whip. The whip combat's really fun. But like some of the traversal is, I don't know, is a little rough. But I need to go back to this one. So Darksiders 1, 2, and 3. And then I also got Darksiders Genesis. I think I have all the Darksiders games for Switch. This is like a Diablo like dungeon crawling game. I didn't really know that when I got it. I was just like, oh, there's another Darksiders game. Cool, I'll check it out. And I was like, oh, it's like Diablo. Cool. So I actually like this one a lot. I don't really compare it to the other ones because it's like a totally different kind of game, totally different genre, really. But if you're into like Diablo dungeon crawling games, this one's pretty good. So yeah, those are all 4 of my Darksiders games. Whoops. Trying to keep these all in order here. All right, next one is Dark Souls. I have fallen out of love with the Dark Souls games. For the PS3, I bought Demon Souls when it came out because it looked really interesting. You know me, I love hack and slash combat. I was like, let's go. Then when I bought it, I found out about its crushing difficulty and like, you know, having to search message boards to find out where this and that is. And I don't have time for that anymore. So I kind of I was kind of like, I'm not going to try these anymore. But I always get sucked in and I try pretty much all of them. And then I usually beat a boss or two and then I get frustrated and then I just stop. And the same thing happened with this. These games are just too hard for me. I don't have enough time to sit and like die to a boss 80 times and be sitting on message boards asking for what the best build is and stuff. I just want to hit the square button and kill stuff. Like that's all I want to do. These are just a little bit too much for me. This one actually runs pretty well on Switch though. But I just know I'm never going to get through these. I just don't have the patience anymore. Maybe when I was a younger man. Those days are gone. All right, it's time for my favorite Switch game. It's not exclusive, but like whenever I go anywhere, this is like one of the games that I always have in my Switch case, ready to go at a moment's notice. I should have it digitally, to be honest. Dead Cells. I love Dead Cells. I have a picture of Dead Cells up there, if you can see it. I really like Dead Cells. Pretty much the main reason why I like it so much is because the controls are like butter. They feel so good. Like, and for me, that's why I come to games. I come to games for like that tactile dopamine hit of like, wow, when you smash something, it feels good. Like when you go down and like smash through stuff and smash through doors in this game, there's just like this like inexplainable like feeling that I get that just feels so good, and I just want to do it over and over again. And the combat's really cool. I try to mix up all the different weapons, getting different runs. Like, I'm not into roguelikes at all, but I love this game. It's my favorite Switch game. I absolutely adore it. I bring it with me whenever I go anywhere, and I just think the controls are just the main reason why I come to that game. And then I got this one too, the Dead Cells with the all the DLC and the Castlevania stuff, just because I love Castlevania 2. So when I heard that Dead Cells was teaming up with Castlevania, I was like, yep, I'm buying that. So totally got this one too. Again, it's like Dead Cells but with all the extra stuff that they added. Absolutely love these games. It has a really cool inside too, but I like to keep my whole collection red, but it's kind of cool inside. Okay, another one of my favorites. Yeah, this stack is legit. All right, so this was a janky game that came to the 360, and it probably got some of the most polarizing reviews I've ever seen. Like, places were giving this 10 out of 10, places were giving it 2 out of 10. So I was like, oh, I gotta try this. Deadly Premonition. The first one came to 360, then it came to PS3, and when I played it, the first thing that came to mind was this looks and feels and plays like a Dreamcast game. And I love the Dreamcast. So instantly I was sold on that. It's janky, but it has amazing music, amazing characters. People always compare it to Twin Peaks. I've never watched Twin Peaks, so maybe I should. But everyone always compares it to that. I absolutely adore this game. I think it's so great. One of my biggest collecting regrets is not getting the box set of this, and it had like pins in it and stuff. I kind of wish I had gotten that. Maybe one of these days. But I absolutely love this game. And I played it through multiple times. I love the main character. Love it. That being said, the next game. When I heard they're making a sequel to Deadly Premonition, it was going to be a Switch exclusive. Oh, man. Was I excited. It's so bad. Oh, this is Deadly Premonition 2. I don't know what they did, man. It's the same character, and they try and give it the same vibe, but it's just like they're trying too hard. It's really bad. It ran terribly on Switch. I haven't tried it on Switch 2 yet. The story's bad. The music's bad. The characters are bad. I played it all the way through just because I was like, this has to get good at some point. And unfortunately, it did not. So this is one of my least favorite Switch games. Exclusives for sure. So heartbreaking. We'll probably never see another one because of it. Death Wish Enforcers. This is a really fun arcade style, like shoot 'em up, beat 'em up, left to right. Nice, really cool pixel art. Beautiful graphics. Bright colors. Stuff blows up real good. I bought this on a whim. I had some credit at a used store. Picked it up. I guess it's a limited run game. Really fun. You can get this digitally for probably like under $10, I think. Maybe around $10. But and it's got multiplayer. So if you want like a fun arcade style multiplayer game, this is worth a look. It's pretty good. All right, this game was on the Wii, and I absolutely adore this game. I love it. The problem with the Wii one was that I think every time you had to jump, you had to like waggle the Wiimote. So you were like constantly doing this. It was just really tiring. So I think they realized that, and they're like, we need to bring this game to consoles where there's not a motion control dependency. So now you can just hit a button and it jumps, and it's really cool. This game, you're playing a blob, and you're changing the black and white world into all colorful, and like a colorful world, and getting rid of all the little enemies. The thing I love about it is really therapeutic. It's almost like, I don't know, you walk into this black and white world and you change all the colors building by building. So the challenge comes from like, how do I get to that billboard all the way up there? How do I get to that little tip of that building all the way up there? There's like little bits like that where you kind of have to think, how am I going to traverse the area to get there? But it's super, super fun. And every time that you use a different color, it changes the music of the soundtrack. So crazy. I love it. I think it's so cool. So like if you're using like the purple paint, it'll be like trombone. If you go to blue, it'll be like trumpet. And it'll like add that instrument into the soundtrack as you're playing it. I feel like this game gets nowhere near the love that it should. So fun. This is one of my favorites. I have this on finished it on multiple consoles too. And they have the Blob 2 on Switch. I didn't like this one as much. Still great. Still has all the great things that I said about 1. However, this one had like a need to go underground. And there's a bunch of like underground 2D parts. And I don't like those at all. Those just feel like filler to me. But the actual like 3D world part where you're changing the color of the world, super cool. Get those games. They're family friendly, super cool. My kids love them. They're awesome. Descenders. This is a game where you're going down hills and bikes. Super fun. It's like super fast too. So you'll be going down this hill as fast as you can. This big turn will be coming up and you barely make it. It's just a lot of fun. Reminds me of the old days playing Excite Bike. Like this is what I pictured Excite Bike was in my mind. But you go back and look and Excite Bike was pretty primitive, but it's nice to have a game try and do that formula again. Destiny Connect. This is a really charming, short, easy, turn-based RPG. I like this one a lot. Even though I don't like turn-based RPG games, I buy a lot of them just because they all have different nuances and changes and different ways that they handle the turn-based combat. And this one did it in just a really nice, simple way. It has a cool story. Beautiful music, by the way. I got this for super cheap. So I finished this one. I really liked it. And I don't know. This is one of the times that I took a gamble on an RPG and it actually paid off. I really like this one, even though it has turn-based combat rather. All right, this is one of the best Switch ports, I think. I love Diablo. 1 and 2, those are a little bit too archaic for me. This is where it clicked for me. When it got to Diablo 3, I love this game. It runs great on Switch. Me and my kids play this. We love it. There's just something so satisfying about leveling up, getting new abilities and new weapons and new armor, and absolutely love this game. Great multiplayer. Can't say enough great things about that game. I would love for Diablo 4 to come to Switch too. That'd be cool. Another one of my favorites. Yeah, this stack is really good. Disaster Report 4. This game is from a long series. The first Disaster Report was on PS2. Let me go grab it real quick. Yeah, I like this series a lot. So this is the first one. This was on PS2. Disaster Report. It's just a game where you're trying to escape from like a natural disaster. That's such a unique premise. I thought that was really cool. And then the sequel to it is called Raw Danger. That one they're trying to escape from like a flood. So the whole like the water levels going up in like the city the whole time. It's really cool. The third one was a Japanese PSP exclusive that I don't have. Like if it was a game that I could probably play through in Japanese, I'd probably get it. But those games, there's a lot of text, so I don't think I could do it. But this game came to Switch. I was really excited to hear that it was coming. And it's so quirky and so Japanese. Unfortunately, the way that this game is set up, I found myself having to use a walkthrough through a lot of it. Because a lot of it's like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do right now. But to get me through the whole thing and see the whole thing out, it was really, really fun just to sit there and go through the whole thing. This game is really quirky and really different. So if you like games that kind of take a chance and do something a little bit left of center, this is a good one to try. All right, this is the Doinksoft collection. This one comes with 3 games, Gato Roboto, Gunbrella, and Demon Throttle. I'm not a big... I tried all of them. The one that I bought this one for really was Gunbrella. I think Gunbrella is really good. I love the whole umbrella and shooting mechanic. I thought they did a really nice job of that. Gato Roboto is like this black and white Metroidvania. Couldn't really get into that one too much. And then Demon Throttle is like an arcade shooter. But it's really nice to have all three of these on one cart. But like I said, Gunbrella is the one that I like the best. This one's interesting. This is called Dodgeball Academia. This is like a dodgeball RPG. It's really neat. I grew up playing Super Dodgeball on the NES. That was one of my favorite NES games. I can't tell you how many times I've played through that game. Oh my gosh, so fun. So I've been kind of hoping for like a spiritual successor this whole time. So we're finally getting some more dodgeball games. This one, you're like running around a school talking to people, and then you'll get into fights with other students via like dodgeball. So it's really fun. You get new abilities and meet new people. It's really interesting, and I thought it was a really cool way for them to kind of incorporate like old dodgeball games into like an RPG formula. It's really neat. All right, last one of the stack. All right, this one shouldn't have been $60, and I feel, I think I had a big Walmart gift card or something, so I was like, I'll get it. Donkey Kong Returns HD. This was on Wii. I had it on Wii, and I think I had it digitally on 3DS. Now it's out again on Switch. Like, talking about, like, milking a game for all it's worth. They released this thing 3 times at, like, full price every time. I think on Wii it was $50. Yeah, so this one's on $60, and they didn't add anything to it. If anything, I heard, like, some of the hit detection's a little bit off in this one. So you're actually getting, like, a worse version. But I love the Donkey Kong Country games. This one and the next one you'll see are some of my favorites. I'm really excited for Bonanza. That one comes out in a couple weeks for the Switch 2. Super excited for that. These games are just great. They're super hard though, but I like difficult platformers. So this one's really fun. I think it still looks gorgeous. I just don't think it was worth $60. If they'd made this $40, that would have been like the total sweet spots for it. All right, stack 3 is done. On to 4. All right, here's stack 4. Continuing from the D's. This is Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. This one also is a re-release. The first one came out on Wii U. I had it there as well. I love Retro Studios. Anything they touch, I usually buy. This game's fantastic. The one thing, it was $60 again, but they did add Funky Kong to this, so it's like an easy mode, so you can like not fall in pits and not die and stuff. But it's a fantastic game. Again, if you're a fan of Donkey Kong and challenging platformers, these games are awesome. Again, can't wait for Bonanza. It's going to be amazing. Doom, this was like the first Miracle port that we got on the Switch. This is one of my favorite shooters of all time. It came out in 2016, was not on Switch back then. I remember playing it on Xbox. It just ran so smooth and it played great. And it was just this fast, visceral, bloody shooter. And I loved every second of it. I absolutely loved it. And when I heard that it was coming to Switch, I was very skeptical because I was like, there's no way this is going to be able to run on this thing. There's no way. It's a little blurry. It doesn't look as good as the other versions and doesn't run as smooth. But like to be able to play it on the go, it totally gets the job done. And this remains probably one of my favorite shooters of all time. So good. Love this game. Eternal, I wasn't a big fan of like the verticality and like all the platforming in that game. And then Doom the Dark Ages is just really slow. I do have Eternal digitally for Switch. Dark Ages obviously hasn't come to Switch. Maybe Switch 2. We'll see. Double Dragon Rise of the Dragons. Oh, Double Dragon Gaiden. Sorry, I didn't see the Gaiden. This game is, it's like a modern take on the old school Double Dragon games. But it's kind of cool. You can like upgrade your abilities with money, and I don't know, they add some really unique twists to the traditional Double Dragon formula. And I actually didn't know that when I bought this. I kind of bought it just thinking it was going to be a beat 'em up. I love beat 'em ups. I just saw one on the screen back there. But they added some really cool things to this game. So yeah, I liked this one a little bit more than I was anticipating, to be honest. Dragon Ball Z. You could put what I know about Dragon Ball Z in like a thimble this big. Like, I know nothing about Dragon Ball Z. I don't even know this guy's name. Is this the Goku guy? I don't even know. Sure. I don't know. But I heard it was an action RPG. So I was like, okay, I'll try it. And it's actually really fun. You can do missions. You can actually like fly around. There's aerial combat, and it looks beautiful. It looks just like the cartoon. I thought they did a nice job with it. This did not come to Switch initially at first. It was on the other consoles, and then when it came to Switch, I was like, I'll give it a try. I paid only a couple bucks for it. I've never seen the show or anything. I don't know anything about it, but I just like action RPGs, so I gave it a whirl. All right, Dragon Marked for Death. This is a cool side-scrolling action game. I really like the art. The art looks really cool. It's got some really nice combat mechanics. The combat feels fluid, and I like it. I haven't played too much of it yet. We just got this a couple weeks ago at the SoCal Gaming Expo. But from what I've played of it so far, I like it quite a bit. All right, Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. I bought this for the 360 when it came out years ago. I want to say it was like 2012 or something. And right away, the combat reminded me of Dark Souls, but it's nowhere near as hard as Dark Souls. So it's like, it takes some of the really cool combat mechanics, but it doesn't have the crushing difficulty, which is really welcomed for someone like me. But you can actually like climb on enemies, and like you can use your pawns, which is like your helpers to help you in battle. Really neat. I love Dragon's Dogma 2 also, but it hasn't come to Switch. Maybe Switch 2, that'd be cool. But this is a great game. You can get this digitally for like $5. I see it for like $4.99 all the time on the eShop. So if you love like medieval settings and like cool combat with swords and shields, it's like a no-brainer. It's so cheap. All right, we're getting into the Dragon Quest games here. All right, Dragon Quest 3. This is the remake. Now, you guys know I don't like turn-based RPGs. This has the art style of like Octopath Traveler, which I love because it looks like old school games from when I was a kid, but it gives it like a fresh coat of paint and brings it into the current times. So I wanted to give this a try. To my surprise, though, I heard it was really tough. So right at the beginning of the game, it says you can put it on like Super Baby Easy mode. And for me, I just want to hear the music and see the visuals. So I put it on Super Baby Easy mode. And when I started playing the game, I was like, wait, I'm like not dying at all. So you can just be on like a boss and just, he'll like bring you down to 0 HP and you can just keep playing. Love it. Love that. You know, for me back in the day, I would have been like, this, I want a challenge. Not anymore. I just want to see the game. So I've put like 20 hours into this so far. It's really good. And if it didn't have the Super Baby Easy mode, I wouldn't be that far in this game. So thank you, Square Enix, for incorporating that. Next one is Dragon Quest 11. I had this one on PS4, and then, of course, when I heard it was coming to Switch, I was like, I'm going to buy it there. This is the first and only, like, mainline Dragon Quest game I've ever finished. I actually got through the whole thing. I feel like this game's overrated a little bit. I mean, it's okay. I don't know, like, it's really weird because it's, like, turn-based combat, but they let you run around. I'm like, why are you letting me run around if it's just going to resort to just turn-based combat anyway? It's like a tease. Everyone's praying that Dragon Quest 12 is not going to go to real-time combat. I kind of hope it goes to real-time combat. I mean, this was okay. I mean, everyone just like talks about this game like it's something way up further than what I think it is. I mean, it was fine. I played through the whole thing, but I don't know. It's just an average RPG, I think. I would rather have real-time combat. All right, now we're getting to two more of my favorite Switch games. I had this for PS4, and I bought this kind of on a whim on PS4, just because I heard it was like a Minecraft type game. I respect Minecraft, but like I don't like that there's no like objectives to Minecraft. This game fixed that. So it was kind of like Minecraft. You can go and get materials and build stuff, but they give you like things to do. Like you need to build this now. You need to build this now. Go kill this enemy because it has combat. So it actually has combat and you get to build stuff. It gives you like checklists that works with my brain for some reason. They just did a fantastic job with this game. I absolutely adore this game. So when it came to Switch, I had to buy it. It's one of my favorite Switch games. And then number 2 came out, and this one's even better. This game is so up there on my list of Switch games. Absolutely love it. This is my favorite Dragon Quest game, without question. I would love for a Dragon Quest Builders 3. This one's just like Dragon Quest Builders 1, but better. They streamlined everything. They made it more interesting. I love everything about this game. Yeah, it's like Minecraft, but like fun. Really, really like these games. Some of my favorites. Absolutely. This one I hated. I did not like this game at all. Dragon Quest Treasures. I didn't really hear much about this game when it came out. I just kind of bought it because I'm like, hey, like Dragon Quest Builders was really cool. Like they're knocking it out of the park with these Dragon Quest spinoffs. So I tried this one and I can't get into it. This one's not good. Couldn't get into it. You're just like going around collecting stuff. That's not for me. All right. I said I'm not a big horror guy, but I wanted to take a chance on these Dread Out games because you're like walking around a school. It's kind of cool. This one's remastered. I think it has like 2 versions on this one. I haven't checked out the other one yet, but they're like super creepy where you're using like a camera. Reminds me very much of like the Fatal Frame games from back in the day, where you're like having to like use a camera to zoom in on ghosts, and then they come charging at you and stuff like that. It's really creepy. I haven't put a whole lot of time in it. I've only had this game a couple weeks, but I did try it. It's very spooky. And then I did get the sequel as well. These games are just spooky, and I like them, but I don't know if I'll ever play through them because they're spooky. All right, Dreamscaper. Again, I got this one a couple weeks ago as well, but I did try it. It's this game in which you're like going through dreams, but there's like this combat, so it's like room based, and there's like a dodge mechanic, and you can do different attacks. I really like this one. I'm dying to put more time into this one because I really like how the combat feels. I'm not a big fan of the art style. I kind of just always want everything to be pixelated, but yeah, this one's pretty cool. The combat felt better than I thought it was going to. All right, this one I took a chance on it and I kind of lost. Dungeon, I can't say his name. The Dungeon of Nolbeck, the Amulet of Chaos Chicken Edition. I always love when games try and put humor into the game, and very few games make me laugh. This one has, but unfortunately, there's something about this game that keeps me from enjoying it, and that it is turn-based. I bought it thinking that it was like a Dark Alliance Diablo type game where you're going around swinging a sword. It's not that. But I do love, the art style is kind of cool, and I like that they tried to incorporate some humor, but I'm probably not going to play very much more of this just because it's not my favorite kind of art style. This is one that I could not believe they got working on the Switch. I was a big Dead Island fan. I loved Dead Island. And then the developers that made Dead Island went on to make Dying Light. And that came on the PS4 and Xbox. And it was kind of like Dead Island, but there was more of a focus on parkour. So like you could like climb up ledges, you could jump across big gaps, and that's kind of cool. And there was a mechanic where if you're out at night, these like super monsters come out and are just chasing you. It was really, really nerve-wracking. I remember being chased by those and just being like my heart beating a million miles an hour. But this runs great on the Switch. It runs really, really well. I was kind of surprised. I bought it and I was like, let's see how this runs. It runs great, actually. So if you love zombie games, if you haven't played this one, I always kind of equate it to like if you took like Left 4 Dead and Mirror's Edge and put those together, you'd kind of get this game. Because the parkour makes it pretty interesting. Couldn't really get into Dying Light 2, though, but that's not on the Switch. I probably wouldn't buy it if it did come to Switch. I don't like that one. All right, I just take any Dynasty Warrior games I can get. I know everyone hated 9. I actually liked Dynasty Warriors 9 a lot. It got a lot of hate from the fans. That's why with the new one, Origins, they went the exact opposite direction. They stopped whatever they were doing on 9. But this one's Empire, so there's like more of a focus on like the strategic, like taking over of areas and stuff. I don't care about that. I just want the combat. There is some combat in here, but you can't have as many guys on screen because of the Switch, and it's not as good as its other console counterparts. But I just buy any Dynasty Warrior game I can for the Switch. They do have Dynasty Warriors 8 for the Switch, but it's digital only. So I have that one downloaded, but they don't have a physical. All right, next we have Eastward. This one, everyone said looked like Earthbound. Like, I don't see that comparison at all. I've only put a couple hours into this game, and this seems like one that if I dedicated some time to it, I would really like. I really liked the beginning that I played, but I jumped off for whatever reason. Maybe something else came out. But yeah, I really like the art style. You know, I don't think it looks like Earthbound. And the story was cool. I just haven't gotten too far into it. But everyone says it's great. So this one's high on my list of things that I want to start going back to and playing on the Switch too. When they announced the Switch, everyone was shocked when they saw this running on it. Skyrim. I have such a history with this game. I've bought it so many times. I just can't get into it. The combat's just so floaty, and you don't feel like you're hitting anything. I don't know. I had it for 360. Then I bought it on PS4. Now I have it on Switch. The farthest I remember I bought it on 360 when it came out, and I barely touched it. I was like, this ain't doing it for me. And then I got further on PS4. I probably got the furthest on PS4. And then on this, I've put maybe 10 hours into this one. It's so cool to have a game like this on the go, though. Like, whenever I'm going to be on, like, an airplane or, like, a really long car ride or something, I'll bring a game like this just so that I have, like, a world to explore. I think it's so cool how, like, in these little cartridges, we have, like, a world to explore. I think that's so neat. And this game is, like, the poster boy for that. So, even though I don't love the combat, and I wish they would bring the Fallout games to Switch, I don't know why that hasn't been a thing. We'll take this. It's a great world to explore, but the combat's not great. Let's admit it. It's time to admit it. Empire of Sin. I like Mafia stuff. I'm excited for that new Mafia game. I hope that comes to Switch too. So I picked this up just because of its Mafia vibes, but it's like a turn-based like XCOM game, and it doesn't play very well. So I was pretty bummed about this. Like, I knew it was like a turn-based game, but I was kind of hoping it was going to be like a good one, and it's just not. Even though it's got like a cool Mafia vibe, I don't know, that wasn't enough to pull me through the turn-based XCOM combat. Don't like that one too much. Oh, we got another disappointment here. This one makes me sad. On the Wii, we had Blue World. Oh, I love that game. They had the first Endless Ocean on the Wii, and then the second one, Blue World, came out, and it was amazing. And I heard they're making an Endless Ocean for the Switch. Yes, let's go. I remember we saw this in like a direct, and they showed just a little bit of it, and they showed like 20 people playing multiplayer, and I was like, wow, this is going to be so great. Oh, they ruined it. It's so bad. This game is terrible. Like, you're just going over like these randomly generated ocean worlds with like nothing interesting, and the story mode's terrible. And the multiplayer, who's going to play this with you? Like, hey, you want to come over and play Endless Ocean Luminous with me? No. Who's going to play this with you? Nobody. They should have just done a remaster of Blue World. That would have been the easy way out, but they wanted to make this garbage instead. I don't know. All right, this is one that I tried on the Wii back when it came out. Couldn't get into it. And then when I heard it was coming to current platforms, I was like, why? Who asked for this? I remember being so disappointed in this game when it came out. But I tried the demo on like PS5, I think, and it ran a lot better. And I was like, well, you know, maybe they fixed it up and stuff. I don't know. Like, this game's not great about telling you like what you need to do. But I like the platforming sections of it, and like the whole painting to make things appear and reappear and disappear. Like, that's interesting. But I'm not a Disney guy, so I have no affinity for Mickey Mouse. But I don't know. I'm hoping to get into this one. I'm stuck in it right now. I don't know where to go. But I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up and get unstuck. But I don't love this game. All right, this one's hard to say. Espgaluda? Espgaluda. Sure, let's go with that. It's an arcade shmup, vertical. You're just going, you know, from bottom to top. This one's a limited run joint. It's really fun. I got it at a used bookstore. I beat it in like 20 minutes. I haven't gone back to it. I don't remember much about it. But it was a bullet hell shooter. I love bullet hell shooters. So just to have another one for the collection is pretty cool. Everspace. Yeah, this one reminds me of like Ace Combat. So it's like dogfights in space. Kind of like, you know, Starfield's dogfights. But this has a little bit more. This has more depth than I thought it was going to. This game's really fun. I was hoping that Everspace 2 was going to come to Switch. But I don't think it's going to. Maybe Switch 2. But yeah, I don't know. I like space games, and I keep taking chances on all of them with hopes that like one of them's going to click with me. This one really didn't either, but maybe one of them one of these days. I haven't tried Everspace 2 yet. I know it's on Xbox. Maybe I'll try it there. All right, these games are interesting. This is Expeditions, and if you see there, it's kind of hard to see, but it says a Mud Runner game. These Mud Runner games and Snow Runner games, they're so interesting. Like, you look at a game like this, you just think it's like a generic, like, driving game, but it's so not. Like, this one and Snow Runner, which we'll get to in a little bit, I always call them the Dark Souls of driving games, because they're insane. Like, if you're going up like a mountain and there's like a patch of mud and you can't get through it, like you're in big trouble. Like that's like your boss battle, like a puddle. It's kind of crazy. So like you'll be stuck, and then you have to have like another car come and get you, and if they don't have like the right equipment to pull you out, they can't. It's like this whole thing. But some people get like really into these games, and I want to be one of those people. I just haven't had the time or patience to do it. This one's not great. Snow Runner's better. We'll be getting to that one soon. But this is the newest one that they put out. I think I got it for like $20. I just respect the heck out of these games. Like they're like super sim racing games, but they're not racing. You're just like building bridges and bringing like materials to bases and stuff like that. Like recovering vehicles out of like water, and I don't know. It's just super, super cool. A really good idea for a game. This game's creepy. This game, Faith. This game looks like an Atari game, like an old school Atari game, but it has to do with like an exorcist, like exorcising demons, and it's so creepy. So it's like it has Atari graphics, but with like cutscenes, and they like move, and they're all creepy, and oh, it's really neat. I think this game's really cool. It's really cryptic, but like the whole aesthetic of it being like an Atari game kind of lends itself to feeling like that. But it's really, really neat. I love this game. I think it's cool. Just the fact that they can make a scary game with like that much of a creepy factor while looking like, you know, a game from like 1981. It's really, really neat. It's cool. All right, 2 more in the stack. Fantasian. This game first came out on Apple Arcade. The maker of Final Fantasy, I believe, made it. And I didn't play it there just because I can't stand phone, iPad games. Like, I need buttons. I don't want to do anything with a touchscreen. So I waited for it. Came to Switch. The thing that's really cool about this game is that all of the environments are like real dioramas that they made in real life. So like, I just picture them like painstakingly making like every tree, every log. Like, it must have been so time consuming. And it looks really neat. It does have turn-based combat, but I actually like this game quite a bit. I'm looking forward to going further into this one. I think it's really fun. It just looks beautiful. And the last one for this stack, this one I had a hard time finding for a long time. Fate Samurai Remnant. There's that Koei Tecmo logo. We know that they make some really good hack and slash action games. This one's cool. It's set in Japan. I love games where you're just doing quests as a samurai with cool combat. It's got cool special moves. It doesn't run the best. It's a little janky. And like the stories, whatever. But I don't know. I like the combat a lot, and I love like samurai settings. I wish they'd make another Way of the Samurai. I kind of feel like this is like the closest we're gonna get. It feels like a Way of the Samurai game if you guys played those on like the PS2. But I like this game a lot. It's really cool. All right, next stack. Drink break. How you guys doing? Thank you guys for still here watching. Let me know below if you've seen any holes in my Switch collection from A to F that I haven't shown yet. Let me know if you think there's any games that I'm like super missing out on. All right, here we go. Keep it going. All right, this one was expensive for a long time because I guess like Square Enix put it for sale at like 2 a.m. or something, and they only had like 5 copies. So like these were like $400 for a while. Luckily, they released more. They did a reprint. You can get it easily now. Like I said, I am like not a turn-based fan at all, but I couldn't pass up the chance to have all 6 of the first Final Fantasy games on one cart. That's so cool. And you know, they have a lot of quality of life improvements, like speeding it up, which is really cool. So I don't know, I couldn't pass it up. I would love to play through 6. I've always heard 6 is like incredible. So one of these days I would like to. Final Fantasy X and X-2. I got this because it brought back memories of when I worked at EB Games. I remember buying Final Fantasy X for the PS2 and just being amazed by the graphics. Like I just bought it for the graphics because it looked amazing for the time. I can't get into this game. I've never even tried X-2 just because of the whole that whole mechanic I'm not interested in. But it's nice to have it on Switch. I want to get as many of the Final Fantasies on Switch. I think it's cool that you can have like almost the entire series on the Switch. I think that's really neat, even though they're not my favorites. But I like this one. Final Fantasy 12 is really cool. It feels almost like an MMO, but you can rush through this game like crazy. Like you can put it on like super fast mode. You're just like rocking through battles. That's the thing. Like these RPGs back in the day took forever. I don't have that time anymore. So the more quality of life, ways to speed up the game, I'm all for it. But I like this one. This one's probably my favorite on the Switch. Other than Crisis Core, actually, of course. Fire Emblem Warriors. You're not going to see 3 houses in my collection because that's all turn-based, tactical, not my jam. Talking to people in schools, that's like one of my biggest pet peeves. When I have to talk to people in schools, I get so mad. This is just like a Warriors game, just like Dynasty Warriors. It's really good, actually. I played the first Fire Emblem Warriors. I don't know why I got rid of it, but this is the second one that they made for the Switch. Great hack and slash Musou combat, just like with the Dynasty Warrior games. I don't know any of the characters. Don't care. I just know that it's fun to mow down like thousands of guys and have a lot of fun. So that game is fun. All right, Fist. Forged in Shadow Torch. Yeah, this game is like a Metroidvania where you can't progress until you get a different moveset or a different piece of equipment. It's really good, and it runs really well on Switch. I was kind of surprised. I kind of bought this on a whim, just heard it was a Metroidvania, and I was constantly like, oh wow, this is legit. This is actually a good Metroidvania. I like this one a lot, actually. If you guys are fans of Castlevania, like those Castlevania Metroidvanias, it's definitely worth a look. All right, this one, Flint Hook. I have this one digitally, but I really wanted to get it physically just because I like it so much. You're going from room to room, and you can, before you start your run, you can put your points into different ways to upgrade your character. And then you go through and you try and get treasure and beat the bosses. I really like this game a lot. I kind of don't like the the color palette that it used. It has this faint red. I don't know. I'm a big fan of bright colors. If they had just fixed that, I would have liked it even more. This game's really good. I love it. I really wanted to have it physically, even though I think I got it digitally for $5 or something. Got this one. This was in my Tucson video as well. Forgotten Anne. This is not a game for me. It's like these environmental puzzles, lots of talking. Not really a fan of it, but it is limited run. So I don't know if I'll just hold on to it for that, or if I'll get rid of it, but it's not really my jam. I tried. All right, Freedom Wars. This one didn't come out here, actually. This one was only an import. And I got this when I went to Game Dude in California. They have one of the biggest Switch selections I've ever seen. Man, they had so many Switch games. It was so cool. And I wanted to get something that I don't see. And I'd never seen this game anywhere because it's an import. So I got it. This is actually a remastered version of a Vita game that came out. And I had it for the Vita, and I really liked it. It's this cool premise where you're in prison, and they keep adding onto your sentence. So you have to kill monsters and stuff to take years off of your sentence. It's really neat, but it has Monster Hunter vibes. So I'm not a Monster Hunter guy, but I really love the premise of it, and I just wanted to have the remastered Vita version on Switch. I think that's really cool. All right, Gal Guardians. This is a Metroidvania. I love the pixel art in this game, where you're playing 2 characters and working together to do environmental puzzles, kill enemies, traverse the environment. It's really good. I bought this kind of on a whim, just looked at the back at a GameStop. I'm like, this looks fun. So I picked it up, and it is really fun. I like this one a lot. This is G Darius HD. This is a shooter. The Darius games always have fish type enemies in it. I don't know what's up with that, but I love shooters. This is pretty much a generic one. I'm not too into the Darius, games, but I think I saw this for like $12, and I was like, sure, I'll pick it up. And I love the way it looks. The way that they made like the polygons, like all the enemies out of polygons. I really think it looks neat. I love the look of it. It's a good one. All right, Ghost Runner. This is one that I bought digitally when it came out, and I played through the whole thing on Switch, which I heard was definitely not the way to play through this game. It was rough when it first came out, but I'd never played a Ghost Runner game before. I think it was only on computer, or I hadn't played it on the other consoles. I can't remember. And I played through the whole thing, and I loved it. And so I definitely wanted to get a physical of it. I played through the whole thing, loved it. It was great. Like I said, didn't run great, but it's kind of a puzzle game. Like, that's one of the things about these Ghost Runner games. Like, they seem like, just action games, but they're really kind of puzzly, because you have to figure out, I'm going to go here, 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 like plan out your attack. Like, if you don't plan out your attack, you're dead, because they're one-hit kills. But the great thing about this game is that once you die, you start again instantly. There's no loading screens. It's just, you're right back into the fray. So that's kind of why I didn't get frustrated. But I really enjoyed this game, even on the Switch. Gianna Sisters. I think Gianna Sisters is like a European franchise or something. So it's like a side-scrolling platformer, and you have this button that like changes the way that the world looks and changes like the environment. So you're constantly collecting stuff and like changing back and forth to the different world colors. It's neat. I haven't played it too much, but I liked what I played of it. Giraffe and Annika. I bought this on a recommendation from Miss Game & Watch. She was talking about this on her game collection video. It just looks super cozy. So I was at SoCal Gaming Expo, and I picked it up. I was like, we'll give it a shot. They actually only had the deluxe version, so I had to get this guy, and the game was inside of it. But I wanted it, and I saw it, and I was like, it's a little crushed up, but I think I only paid like $25 for it or something. I've only played a very little bit of it, but I don't know. Like, I need games to like relax and just get cozy with. So this looked like a great one for that. Really, all I've done in this game so far is like run around and like collected pumpkins. So I'm looking forward to doing more than collecting pumpkins. All right, this one I watched the Double Jump video games YouTube channel, and I always like seeing which Switch games they get in the mail, because I'm like, ooh, what came out? And I saw them hold this up. I'm like, what is that? And I saw this cat on a hoverboard, like destroying unicorns. I'm like, I need that game. So I went to GameStop, and they had it, and I was like, ooh, I need that thing. So I picked this up, and it plays just like an old school like PS2 game. The problem is it runs like garbage on the Switch. I haven't played it again on here because I got it for PS5, and it runs much better. I think I got like 4 or 5 hours into it, and I just had this game-breaking bug where I just kept falling through the environment, unfortunately. Hopefully it's been patched by now, but I'm not sure. But if you like those old school action games and like bloody, just funny games where you're like grinding on rails and like you have these blades where you're killing unicorns, super fun. It was really cheap too. I think it was like $29.99. Great game. Just wish it worked better. All right, this one, I've been looking for this one because it's hard to find. And I just think it's really cool that it says Xbox Game Studios right there. So I haven't played this one on Switch yet. I got this at SoCal. They have it in a little protector box. I know this used to be worth even more. I got it for $65 sealed, but I have played it on the Xbox. It's like a survivor game where you're like in like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of. So you're in like a backyard fighting like spiders and stuff like that. Super cool premise. I haven't played much of it on Xbox, but I'll probably crack this one open and try it on Switch because I just think it's a super cool concept. And having a Xbox Game Studios game on Switch is always interesting to me. All right, this is Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger. I've only played this for like an hour or so. It's really fun. It's like this side-scrolling shooter / hack and slash. It's really pixelated, really, really cool looking. It's a little bit too anime for my tastes, but it feels really good to play. The particle effects of things exploding is really cool, and it's just a great action game so far. I like it. I think this is one of the most overrated games. Hades, like, it's okay. Like, I don't know. I kind of got it before I heard all the attention it was getting, and I bounced off of it. And then like everyone was like, "Oh, have you played Hades? Oh, it's like game of the year." I was like, "Oh yeah, I played that. Yeah, it was good, sure." I don't. It was okay. Like, I don't know. It's a competent roguelike. I don't know. I don't know why everyone loves it so much. I'm always skipping all the talking. Maybe that's what's good about it. Like all the like what the people say to you after you die and stuff. I don't know. The combat was fine. I don't really like the way it looks. I don't know. I just couldn't get into that one for some reason. I feel like that one gets too much credit. All right, this is Hammerwatch 2. Comes with Hammerwatch 1. I did have this for PS5. I traded that when I got it for Switch because I'd rather play it on here. It's like an old school gauntlet type game. This one has Hammerwatch 1 on it as well, which is really neat. The Anniversary Collection. I love that game. Yeah, they're just like these old school gauntlet type games. I love the way they look. I love the pixelated art style that they use. And if you like games like that, you'll definitely like that one. All right, this is one of the biggest hidden gems on Switch, I think. Whoops, as I drop it. Harvestella. This game, I was like avoiding like the plague. That does not look like a game I'd like. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing like a flower tree game. No, not doing that. I think I even saw it on a Nintendo Direct, and I was like, I just heard the name of it. I'm like, Harvestella? I'm like, no thanks. I'm not playing a tree farming game. But then I heard more about it, and I watched some gameplay. This is a very competent action RPG. I like this game a lot, and you really don't have to farm much. With the name Harvestella and the picture of like the wheat going across, makes you think that it's going to be like this like farming focused game, but it's not. It's like a total action RPG. It's a good one. This is a game that I think way too many people slept on, and I think it's all Square Enix's fault for naming it that and making it seem like it had way more of a farming aspect than it does. If you guys like action RPGs, give this one a whirl. You might really like it. I did. Speaking of farming, Harvest Moon, One World. I grew up playing the Harvest Moon games ever since I was a little boy. I just thought it was so neat to have like a game where you farmed. Like now, that's nothing new. But back when I was a kid, that was like unheard of. Like we didn't have anything like that. So I have good memories of playing Harvest Moon, especially on the N64. That was my favorite one, the PS1. So I have like this like affinity to buy these games, but I have to tell myself like the guy that made the Harvest Moon games is doing Story of Seasons now. I don't know who's making these now, but they're not good. I keep picking them up when they're cheap just to give them a whirl, but they're just not good. This one especially, I bounced off of real quick. And then this one's a little bit better, but some of the open world aspects are kind of crazy. Like there'll be like a ledge like 2 feet down, and your guy can't jump down. He has to like go all the way around. It's just kind of like these little problems with the game. I don't know. I keep holding out hope that someone's going to turn the Harvest Moon games around, but I don't know. I might be holding my breath for a long time. Holy Potatoes Compendium. I got this a couple weeks ago. It's got 3 games in it. A weapon shop, what the hell, and we're in space. I tried all 3 of these, and they're very weird, and I don't think I'm going to like them very much. I played them a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I turned it off. So I don't know if I'll be going back to these. Probably not. House Flipper. I love this game. It's really good. I know it's like you hear like, oh, a game where you fix houses. Like, no thanks. No, it's really good. It like scratches that itch of like, creating something, completing something. It totally does that. This one's way better than the second one. The second one I have for PS5, it like has this really, really big reliance on like making you put like desks and chairs and beds and furniture everywhere. Like I just want to buy, renovate, sell. I don't want to buy furniture and do all this other stuff. The second one I think tried too much. This is where it's at. First one. All right, Hyrule Warriors. Here it is. This is the first one. This was on Wii U as well as 3DS. Again, Nintendo with the triple dipping. But I like this one. This is my favorite Zelda game. Spoilers to the rest of the video. This is the best Zelda game because it's fun and you get to hack and slash stuff. There's not puzzles. This is where it's at for me. The second one that came out, what's it called? Oh, Age of Calamity. Yeah, that's it. That one I couldn't get into. It's got that Breath of the Wild art style. Didn't run great. I feel like the mission objectives were a lot more annoying in that one. I really like this one a lot. This is where it's at. I played it on Wii U, 3DS, and now Switch. I love it. It's a really good one. Best Zelda game. Speaking of being better than Zelda, this game everyone said was going to be, a Zelda Breath of the Wild clone. I think it's better than Breath of the Wild. I bounced off it just because it started having too many puzzles. I played this for a long time. I really liked this game a lot. I love the combat. I love traversing the world. And I was having way more fun with this than I did Breath of the Wild. But they had these puzzle dungeons, and I just don't have the patience for that stuff anymore. So I bounced. But I gotta hand it to Ubisoft. They did a nice job with this game. I like the humor in this game too. This game actually made me laugh, which is hard to do. Yeah, I don't know. It's a great, funny game with great combat. I feel like they did a really nice job with this. Of course, it didn't sell, and they canned the sequel they were going to be doing. Such is the gaming industry nowadays. Yet we get all these live service topic for another day. Indivisible. I remember when this game came out on Switch, the developer didn't know. He put on social media, apparently our game's out. He didn't know. I'll always remember that. But this is a really cool game. It's an RPG, but it has a really cool mechanic with the combat where you have to press the different buttons at different times. I love when turn-based games kind of add something in there that's going to make you engaged instead of just hitting attack, item, attack. And this game did that. So I thought this game was really, really good. Again, a game nobody talks about, but I like this one a lot. It was good. All right, last one in the stack. This is Journey to the Savage Planet. This is a first-person Metroidvania. And I think it looks really good on Switch. I think it looks great. Again, it has a really cool art style to it, and it's pretty funny. But it has a lot of platforming. I always like first-person platforming games. I don't know what it is with that. Mirror's Edge. I don't know. I get down with that. So I thought this game was really, really neat. Some things were a little bit obtuse. Sometimes the mission objectives didn't always make the most sense. But I like this game a lot. I'm looking forward to trying the sequel. Haven't tried it that yet. All right. Next stack. Let's go. I just realized we're not even halfway through. Maybe this was a mistake. Should this be two videos? Nah, I just want to make it one long video. Let's keep going. All right. Went and got Diet Pepsi. Getting recharged. Let's do it. All right. Next one's another one from NIS. This is Kamiwaza, Way of the Thief. Remember, this game was really overpriced when it came out. It was $40. It's just an old PS2 game. I think it's from Japan. Really stealthy. So it's a little bit more stealthy than I wanted it to be. But I'm a sucker for old PS2 games coming to Switch. So I did want to try it. But it's very stealthy. But I like the Japanese setting. I like all that samurai stuff. But a little too stealthy for my tastes. Excuse me. All right, Karate Kid Street Rumble. This comes to us from Game Mill. If you know anything about Game Mill, they made Gollum, all the Cobra Kai games, all those terrible other Karate Kid games. This one's actually pretty good. This is actually a side-scrolling beat-em-up. It's just straight out of the arcades. Reminds me of Shredder's Revenge, Scott Pilgrim. It's really good. Actually, this one surprised me. Usually I see this logo and I run the other way, but this one was actually pretty good. It's worth a pickup. I think it was $40 when it came out, which again is way too much for this. I waited till I could get this for $20 or under $20, and I think it goes on sale digitally quite a bit. So if you like beat 'em ups, it's actually worth a look. This is one of my favorite PS2 games, Katamari Damacy. I remember distinctly seeing just a screenshot for this game for PS2 in a Game Informer or something. And I remember I could never remember the name of it because it like makes no sense. But I couldn't wait for it to come to PS2. And I remember I pre-ordered it when I was working at the game store, and it was only $20. And when I got it home and I played it, and I heard the music, and I saw the colors, and the quirky art aesthetic that they used, and the prints, and it's just an amazing game for $20. Like, that was one of the biggest hidden gems on PS2 for a long time. People would come into the store and say, like, hey, I only got a couple bucks, like, what's good? I'll be like, if you really want something different, Katamari Damacy, you're this little ball rolling up the entire universe. It's really, really fun. The controls take a little bit of getting used to. I know some people like can't wrap their heads around the controls. And I didn't like how a lot of it was like, you had a timer all the time. I just kind of wanted to be just let go to roll stuff up. But the fact that this came to Switch is awesome. Love playing it on there. It's one of my favorite PS2 games. All right, Killer Frequency. This is like a horror game set in a radio station. It's a lot of talking, not much action. I don't know. I was kind of hoping for a different kind of game with this. I haven't played too much of it because just all the talking and people talking to me over the radio and just kind of turned me off. But I'm hoping to go back to it eventually. This is one of the best multiplayer games I've ever played. Killer Queen Black. This game is insane. It's so good. They have turned off the servers, unfortunately. You can play local multiplayer with people still. It's so great. So, like, you have these teams where you can either be one of the workers or the queen, and then there's 3 ways to win. You can win by putting, like, the berries in the holes. I think that's the economic win. You can ride the snail across the entire map to your side to get victory, or you can kill the other queen. So like it's just like this like just nonsense going on. It's just like the best kind of nonsense. It's just crazy to watch like 8 people play this. It's insane. This used to be in arcades. They brought it to Switch. Unfortunately, the servers are down now, but if you get some friends over and want to play some local multiplayer, this is a total hidden gem that nobody talks about. Really, really good. Kingdom Come Deliverance. This is like a more realistic Skyrim, but like the combat's like it's like more realistic than Skyrim, but it's like still not fun. I don't know. I had high hopes for this one, and it's one of those games that you can kind of like really get into if you're really into like the medieval setting, and it's realistic in that like when you start the game, you're not good at anything, so the combat feels wrong on purpose. And the more that you play it and the more that you learn, the easier the game gets and the better the game gets. But like some of the missions are really, really cool. I like a lot about this game, but I just don't think I have the time to put in what's required to get what I need to out of it. But I still respect the heck out of it and love what I've played of it so far. Haven't played the sequel yet. This is the only physical Kingdom Hearts game we have for Switch, and it's a music rhythm game. Unfortunately, they haven't put, Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, or 3 physically on Switch. You can get them downloaded as a cloud version, but not physical. So I was like, I'll take what I can get. I used to like the Kingdom Hearts games because it's all real-time combat. I used to have a good time with those games. And the music's great. So being a musician, loving the music, I was like, sure, I'll try it. My kids actually like this one a lot, even though they haven't played the Kingdom Hearts games. The music's great. It's really fun. There's like different ways that you can like manipulate the notes and like come in on the right time. It's really neat. I like this game a lot, but it just makes me remember that they haven't put the actual games on Switch yet, which makes me sad. Okay, here we go. This is one of my favorites of all time. Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. Now it's Re-Reckoning because they re-released it. When this came out for the 360, I remember it was all over the news because Kurt Schilling, he was a pitcher for our Diamondbacks here in Arizona. He was involved in the development of this game, and they had like big plans for this being like an MMO and spin-offs and all this other stuff. And I mean, the game sold, but I don't think it did nearly what they thought or needed it to do. And there was some kind of lawsuit in Rhode Island because they didn't pay people, or there's all kinds of drama about this game. But I absolutely love it because the combat is so good. Like getting the new loot feels so good. Like depending on what weapon you get, it totally changes how the combat feels. A lot of people had like the same complaint about this game, that like it was generic, and like, you know, the names of things were just like, oh, the Isle of blah blah blah, you know, like I don't care about that stuff. If I go to quests and the combat feels good, I'm in. So I totally played through it on 360. I'm really close to finishing it on this one. Absolutely love having one of my favorite RPGs of all time on the Switch. Love it. This is where I come to the Switch, games like this. Like, I don't come to the Switch for like first party stuff. Like, I want like my favorite 360 games on the go. Like, that's more exciting to me. Stuff like that. That's hard for people to understand. Just get a Steam Deck. It's too much of a pain in the butt. I don't want to deal with all that. All right, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I am not a Kirby fan. However, I did like, what's it called? Kirby's Epic Yarn on the Wii. I just had a smile from ear to ear the whole time playing that game when it came out for the Wii. I just remember loving that game. And then all the other ones that have come out, like Star Allies and like all this other stuff, I can't get into. But when I heard they were making a 3D Kirby game, I was all over it, and this game is phenomenal. This game is one of my favorite first-party Nintendo games on the Switch. Love this game. I love the way it looks. I think they could have done a lot more with like the post-apocalyptic setting of it, but I know it's a Kirby game. Like, what are they going to do? But like when he sucked up the car, and like, that's so cool. I could have used a lot more of that stuff. I think this game is just a joy. I don't know if I'm going to do the Switch 2 upgrade, because I don't think I need to go back to this one, but I really liked this game. My kids did too. They loved getting like little things out of like the vending machines and the hub world and stuff. Super fun. Love that game. Speaking of ones that I didn't like too much, here's this one. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. This is like a more traditional Kirby game. I don't know, the 2D Kirby games just don't do it for me. I know a lot of people like this one, but like this came out after Forgotten World, and from going from that to this was like, yeah, no. Not a fan. Not feeling it. Ooh, this one's good. I love simulator games where I can just like chill and veg and put on like a podcast or some music. And this game totally fits that. Lawn mowing simulator. I love this game because you can just, you know, load a level, load your mower, and then you just, you know, you're just making straight lines, going back and forth. You know, you hear the zzz. You just listen to some music or a podcast. It's a super chill game. It's almost like therapy. I really like it. The problem with this game is that it doesn't have enough levels. This is the Landmark Edition, which gives you more levels, but there's still not enough. The whole goal of this game is for you to build up your lawn mowing empire and hire people and have all different mowers and stuff. But like at the end of the day, you're just doing the same lawns all the time. It gets to the point where your guys do the lawns for you, but then what are you doing? You're just like assigning people to do stuff. Like, I want to do the lawn mowing. That's why I bought the game. So I don't know. If they had more levels and more lawns, I'd be even way more into that. But I've put quite a bit of time into that game, surprisingly. All right, Trails of Cold Steel. Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 3. I've heard so many good things about these games, and then every time that I get into them, I'm like, they're just an anime turn-based RPG, and I just lose interest. Maybe the story's really good, I don't know, but the combat is not interesting enough for me to stick around with these games. But they're hard to find, and I always hear good things about them. So when I see them in the stores, I'm like, oh, I should pick it up. And then I try it, I'm like, yeah, it's just not for me. But I keep trying anyway. Maybe one of these days. And here's 4. This one's also kind of hard to find. But again, you know, I'm just not into the combat. I would love to get into 3 and finish 3 before I go to 4. But I don't know if that's going to happen. But it's nice to have them on the Switch in case I do want to do that. And then I'll kind of go through both of these together. Then I heard about these. The Legend of Heroes Trials Through Daybreak 1 and 2. Now these are interesting because they're kind of like a turn-based real-time hybrid. So there's kind of both in here. But like it's always going into turn-based when I don't want it to. And like, I don't know, I get frustrated because it keeps like changing gameplay styles. But I like these way better than the previous ones. So I think if I'm going to get through any, it'll be these first and then those other ones. But I like the combat in this one way better. Way better. We're going through all my Legend of games now. This is the Legend of K. This was also on Wii U. This is a really fun 3D action platformer with fighting and really cool platforming elements. I love games like this. It reminds me of the old days. They don't make games like this anymore. This is totally like a game you'd see on like the PS2, running around collecting stuff, swiping at enemies with a sword. Like, I love stuff like that. This game totally fits that bill. And I love that THQ Nordic was bringing out a bunch of like old PS2 games like this and just a bunch of action platformers, because we don't get games like that anymore. We just don't. This is Legend of Neuda, Boundless Trails. This is the one that I made the video about. My best friend sent this to me. I was looking for this one everywhere. It's got great combat. It feels just like an ease game, which I love the ease combat. So if you're into ease combat, definitely look out for this one. This one's hard to find. I've never seen this one in a store ever. But if you want to try and track it down online, you can. But I really like this one a lot. Another one you don't hear too much about, but it's a great action RPG. I would love to collect all the action RPGs for the Switch, but I don't know if that'll ever happen. There's probably like an insane amount. All right, this was my first Switch game, Breath of the Wild. I think my stance on the Zelda games is known already. I've tried my entire life with this series. I mean, to me, it checks all the boxes. Like a boy exploring with a sword, real-time combat. Like, I'm there. Like, it sounds like a game for me. But there's just too many puzzles. I don't like the puzzles. I don't like the breakable weapons. I mean, there's so much that turns me off. I've tried my entire life to get into the Zelda series. I don't know what it is. My favorite's probably Zelda 2 on the NES. I really like that game a lot. I've never finished one, but I've tried all of them except for those like weird CDI 3DO or whatever they are games. I keep trying. Hopefully one of these days they'll make a Zelda game for me. It's just not this one. I guess Hyrule Warriors is the Zelda game for me, I guess. I keep trying. Here's Echoes of Wisdom. This one you play as Zelda. I'll give it to this one. This one's really creative in that you can kind of like clone items, which is really neat. So you can kind of like, have as many like tables as you need to get above a ledge, or like there's a lot of creativity in here. They kind of took like the basic Zelda formula and mixed it with like some Tears of the Kingdom ideas. So I give it some love for that, but this game is not for me at all. It's even like more puzzly than Breath of the Wild. But I try. I'm telling you, I'm trying with all these Zelda games. This one too. This is a remake of the old Game Boy game. I mean, you have to have a walkthrough for this. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I love the way it looks, though. I'll give it that. This is probably the one that I like the way it looks the best. I love that little like action figure. Looks like it's made like everything's made out of plastic. Looks really cool. I would like to play through this with like just a walkthrough next to me, because I just never know where to go. Maybe I'll do that one of these days. Maybe this will be like the first Zelda game that I finish. We'll see. Skyward Sword, this one came out for the Wii. I'm telling you, I'm trying with all these Zelda games, man. This one, they did an admirable job trying to get motion controls to work on the Switch. It's got really, really weird controls, but it had to, because this game was so dependent on the motion controls. But a lot of people don't like this one. So I've put a few hours into it, and I'm just not getting into it, just like all the other Zelda games. But that one's definitely not as loved as some of the other ones that I have. Then here's Tears of the Kingdom. I was like, oh, maybe, Breath of the Wild didn't do it, but Tears of the Kingdom, you can like build stuff and craft stuff. It didn't make any difference for me. I played for a couple hours and bounced. These games just aren't for me. I keep trying. I just need to, admit that they're not for me. It's not my bag. I want them to be. This is Little Dragon's Cafe. This is a neat game where like you're running a cafe, you find this egg with this dragon in it, and it's kind of like Harvest Moon, but like with like different combat mechanics and different things with the dragon. I don't know. I really liked this one. I haven't played this one in a long time. But I remember loving like the charm of it, the look of it, the different objectives you had to do. I thought it was really cool. It reminds me of my time at Porsche a little bit as well. Little Nightmares 2. I just got this one not too long ago, popped it in. I never got into these games because they looked like they were just like Limbo clones, like Limbo and Inside clones. They kind of are. but they're a little bit more horror, and some of the set pieces are a lot more action-packed than something you'd see in like a Playdead game like Limbo or Inside. So I really like this game. Some of this game reminds me of Bramble, that creepy game I was talking about from the Bees, which is a great game. So I'm working my way through this one, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't have the first one, and I haven't seen it. Is it on Switch? If you know, let me know below. I want to get the first one now. I skipped it. I skipped right to 2. Live Alive, Live a Live. This was a game that we never got back in the Famicom days. Never came to America. And they finally brought it here, which is awesome, with that really cool 2D HD art style. And this game's interesting because it has like 8 different protagonists, and you can pick which one you want to play in any order, and all of the stories come together somehow. I'm about halfway through this one. I haven't finished this one. But I think it's really cool how the different characters will come together. It's got turn-based combat, though, so I'm not a huge fan. But I'm here for the art style. The art style looks really, really cool. And I think it's awesome that they brought an old import game to Switch. Breathe some new life into it. It's cool. The Longest 5 Minutes. This was like a very early Switch release. I remember buying this when there wasn't many Switch games out. Like, it was probably like 7 or 8 years ago. I don't remember really anything about this game. I did play it for a while. It's got some cool pixel art, but I really don't remember much about it at all. I have to play that one again. Luigi's Mansion 3. This is actually the first Luigi's Mansion I've ever played. On GameCube, I remember seeing the GameCube launch lineup, and I was like, there's no Mario game? Like, there's a Luigi game where he's sucking up ghosts? No thanks. And I never played it. To this day, I've never played the first Luigi's Mansion. The second one came out for like 3DS. I heard that one was bad, so I never tried it. I heard this one was great, so I popped it in. It is really good. It's probably one of the best looking Switch games. I don't like how puzzly it is. There's a lot of puzzles, but there's something really, really really satisfying about sucking up gold and coins and like parts of like cloth, like a curtain and stuff. That stuff I think is really, really cool. But there's parts of this game that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's cool. I keep hearing it's the best one, so it was probably a good place for me to jump in. I picked up this Lunar collection because the Lunar games are very expensive now, if you want to buy the actual PS1 games. So I was like, oh, they're coming to Switch. I'll pick it up, sure. So I popped them in. They haven't aged all that well. And there's not many quality of life improvements, like to speed things up. And I don't know. These are going to be really, really tough to get through. But I wanted to have them on Switch just because they're getting so hard to find. And it's a cool way to kind of catalog them and be able to preserve them. Maybe one of these days I'll get through them. All right. Next stack. We're going through it. Thank you so much if you guys are still watching. All right. Continuing on. Took a break. Had some lunch. Got my wife lunch. Let's finish this guy. Here we go. Man Eater. This game is another one that took a while coming to Switch. I remember playing it on PS4. I had big hopes for this game. The gameplay doesn't feel very good. There was a game for the Xbox called Jaws Unleashed. I'm looking at it right now. That was really good. I was hoping this was going to play more like that. This one, like, the gameplay just doesn't feel very satisfying. You're just, like, mashing the trigger, and it doesn't feel like you're doing any damage to your enemies or anything like that. And it's just, I don't know. I can't really get into it. I've tried it a couple times. I was really happy that it came to Switch, but still not doing anything for me, really. My son likes it, too, though. All right, now we're getting into all the Mario games, which are differing values of quality, I guess. Mario Golf Super Rush. When this game came out, everybody was hating on it because, like, some of the story mode objectives are stupid and all these arbitrary things you have to do. I think it's really fun. I don't know. It's not as good as, like, Toadstool Tour for the GameCube or the portable ones. But I think it's kind of fun. For some reason, like, the Mario sports games on Switch just haven't gotten a lot of love. And this one's included in that. I think it's fun. I mean, it's not going to set the world on fire, but it's not abysmal either. Mario Kart 8, everybody has this game. It's like if you have a Switch, You have to have this game. You know, I kind of bounce off it quick, and I'm already bored with the Switch 2 one. My kids are kind of over them too. I mean, they're fun for a while, but after you play this for like an hour, you've kind of done everything there is to do. It's like, oh, you can unlock more stuff. Like, okay. Sure. I mean, it's fun multiplayer, but as far as like staying power, there's not really a whole lot to bring me back. Mario and Luigi Brothers Ship. I was so excited when this one got announced during the Direct because I loved the Game Boy Advance ones and the older ones. These were great games. They were really funny, just great writing, really interesting combat. Like it's a turn-based combat, but you need to be engaged, and you can get more damage by timing your button presses, and you can defend by defending at the right time. I love that. I love when games take turn-based and they add an engaging element into it. Unfortunately, this game is way too long, and it has this like island hopping mechanic that I can't stand. But I think I like this game more than most people, just because I really enjoy the engaging turn-based combat. But the island hopping and how long this game is, I don't know, it totally overstays its welcome. And I wish it was a little bit more straightforward and just stayed on one island the whole time. It would have been a lot better for that, I think. But a lot of people hate that game. I don't think it's that bad. Mario Party Superstars. I didn't get the first Mario Party that came out for Switch because I heard it wasn't great. Then I heard this one was like the one to get. And we had a lot of fun with this. Me and my family love these Mario Party games. And my son has Jamboree upstairs. So we do have that one. That's the best one. But before that one came out, this was where it was at. Just a great game with like all the greatest hits when it comes to all the mini games from all the Mario parties. Great game, great multiplayer. Love that one. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I remember why I bought this. I bought it pretty much because it was like the only Mario game on Switch. This came out within like the first year, I think, of the Switch's life. And we didn't have like a Mario game. Like, you know, it launched with Breath of the Wild, and we didn't have a Mario game. So we're like, we finally get a Mario game. Unfortunately, he was with the Rabbids, and it's like a turn-based XCOM game. It's a very good one, and I put more time into this than I would normally with a turn-based XCOM style game. But I just wanted a Mario platformer, and, you know, we got this turn-based RTS thing. But it's actually really good. It's really well done. I heard the sequel is not good, so I haven't even been on that one. But that one was fun. The first one was good. Here's another sports game that gets a lot of hate. The Mario Strikers Battle League. I guess the GameCube one's a lot better, apparently. Is it GameCube or Wii? I can't remember. I didn't play any of those. But a lot of people had a lot of fond memories about the older Mario Strikers games. And I never played them. My son is very into soccer. So when he heard that there was a Mario soccer game, he was like, we need it. We need it. And we played it, and he absolutely loves this game. And I do too. I think it's really fun. Like, we don't know what we're missing because we never played the older ones that everyone's always like saying is better than these. So we don't really know like what they took out of this game. But we really like this game. This game's good. I know it like kind of nerfed some of the online features, but we're not going to play online anyway. We just play local multiplayer and have a blast. I think this game's really fun. Like I said, might be because I don't have any frame of reference from the older games. Mario Tennis Aces. This one's cool. I don't know. It was like almost too complicated. I just want like a really simple tennis game. And there was like all these like special moves and like hold the direction and hold this button and do it this way and that way. And it just got a little bit too crazy. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more streamlined and easy to pick up and play. There's like a lot to this game if you want to get into it. I feel like this is one of those games that like if you really know what you're doing, you can just like dominate everybody. But I mean, I had a little bit of fun with it, but it's definitely not one that I go back to. This is one of the biggest hidden gems on the Switch. If you like games like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, you really have to check this game out. It's called Marsupilami. I bought this on a total whim. It was like $15 used at GameStop, and I was like, sure, I'll try it. And I popped it in, and my jaw was just like on the floor with like how good this game was. I'd never heard anyone say anything about it. It's never been on like any hidden gems lists or anything like that. This game is excellent. It's really, really good. It's always super cheap. So if you're looking for like a great Donkey Kong type game that not many people talk about, and if you've like already played those games, maybe this would be a good one to tide you over until Bonanza. This is a really good game. Shocked with how good this was. So I recommend that one if you're into games like that. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. I played 1 and 2 on the 360. 1 was very good. 2, not so much. And this one's not great. Unbelievably, this is still a exclusive to the Switch. And it's made by Koei Tecmo, I believe. Yeah. And they usually do really, really great combat. So I was all over this one. Even though I'm kind of out of love with Marvel and superheroes at this point, I was just like, cool, like a dungeon crawler made by Koei Tecmo, with cool combat, I'm in. I didn't get too far in this. I kind of wish they would just like remake the X-Men Legends games. I think those are really good. Those are like my favorites out of these types of games. But we put some time into this and had some fun, but I thought I was going to like it more than I did. All right, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. I told you guys I'm not into one-on-one fighters at all. I think they're so boring. It's like you just fight someone, like, now what do you do? Oh, you fight somebody else? Now what do you do? Oh, you fight somebody else? Like, there's nothing to explore. There's, like, nothing to upgrade. I can't get into them at all. But they have a version of the Punisher arcade game on here. That's the only reason why I bought this game, because I really wanted to play that on the Switch. And that's a great game. I've played through it many times. And it's cool to have all these fighting games on a cartridge, but really the only reason I bought this was for the Punisher. It's like the only beat 'em up on there, but I wanted it. Mega Man 11. I tried this one. I'm a huge Mega Man fan from back in the day. I couldn't get into this one. Like the new mechanics that they added weren't my favorite. The music's not great. Like, you can't have a Mega Man game with mediocre music, but we did with this one. And the levels are way too long. So the levels are way too long. Music's not great. I don't like the new mechanics. I didn't like this one too much. But I'm hoping that it's sold enough so that we can get another Mega Man. I'd be totally down with like a Mega Man Legends collection. That would be amazing. Even though those games haven't aged very well, they would do well with some love and care and some, updating up to today's standards. I think they'd sell really well too. This one really surprised me. This is like a collection of a bunch of like Game Boy games. And I remember when these came out, I was like, wait, they're Mega Man games, but they're like grid-based, turn-based. Like, what? No. Not into that. So those games came and went. I ignored them, ever since they came out. And then this came to Switch, and I found this for pretty cheap. And I was like, you know what? I've never played these games. Let me try them. And I can see why people like these games. It's actually really fun. Like, the combat is like grid-based and kind of turn-based, but like, it's fun. Like, I can't explain it. But it's definitely not like a Mega Man game. I almost feel like they should have called it something different. Calling it Mega Man just sets people up for being upset and disappointment. But I actually liked this game a lot, and I can see why people like it. This game was kind of hard to find when it came out, but I think they've reprinted it. I could be wrong. This is the one I like. These are all the old ones that I grew up with. Mega Man 2 is my favorite. I know it's a boring answer, but it's the right answer. 2 and 3 are the best. And this has all the other ones that I never finished and that aren't as good. But I just love having these all together. Unfortunately, only half these games are on the cartridge. The other half you have to download, which is a bummer. I don't know what Capcom's doing with that. Here's the X Collection. I never played any of these growing up, so it's cool to have these. Haven't gone through too many of these, but again, having these all is awesome. You're seeing a trend of going through all my Mega Man games here. And I heard these aren't very good. I tried a couple of them, and I can kind of see why. I bounced off these pretty quick. But I kind of want to have just like all the Mega Man games that Capcom releases for the Switch. That way we have them all together. So whenever I want to go through some, I have them all ready to go. All right, this next one is a series I can't get into at all. I've tried so long. It's almost like Zelda. All these like really famous franchises that I'm like, all right, let me give it a whirl, and I don't see the fascination. Metal Gear. I can't do it. I remember I got the first one for PS1 when it came out. It was just amazing how cinematic like that opening was. But like the gameplay is all stealth. I'm not a big stealth guy. I don't care about story. You know, Kojima's all about story. I just want gameplay. Like, my favorite Metal Gear game is Metal Gear Rising or Vengeance, where you're like slashing stuff and like cutting stuff up into little bits. That's my favorite one. As far as I'm concerned, Hideo Kojima's never made a fun game. Like, Death Stranding, all the Metal Gears, like, I just feel like he's just like, I don't know, he should just make movies. These are pretty much what they are. They're just like movies with like not fun gameplay in between all the cutscenes. But, you know, I keep trying, just like, as I'm like, what's wrong with me? Like, why don't I like all these super popular franchises? So I keep trying, but failing miserably. Metal Max Xeno Reborn. This game's really cool. This game, you're in like a desert and you're upgrading tanks and stuff. I really like this game. It's really interesting. I don't really have much to say about it. I haven't gotten very far in it, but I really like what I've played of it. So you're upgrading your tanks. You have really cool combat. It's got some talking, but it always tells you where to go on the map, which is great and appreciated. And I believe this is a port of a Japanese game, I believe. I like this one a lot. I think this was another one that not many people talk about. All right, this one's cool. Metroid Dread. Metroid's another one of those series that I kind of like didn't hit much as a kid. I played the first one on the NES, thought it was terrible. I never played Super Metroid because I didn't have a Super Nintendo growing up. I was a Genesis kid, and I hated the Genesis. So I didn't really play games a lot at that point in my life. And then when I had a GBA, I tried Fusion and Zero Mission, and I started to get into the series during that time. And I liked Metroid Prime. So when this one came out, I was like, oh, cool. It's like an update to like the GBA type games. I really like this game a lot. This was my favorite Metroid game. This is the only one I've ever finished. This game kicked my butt at the end. I really liked it. This game is excellent. I love the art style. I love like the traversal. I love all the upgrades you get. I love the Emmys or whatever those white those white robots were called. Timing it at the right time. I haven't played this since it came out, but I adored this game. I played this all the way until I finished it. My favorite Metroid game by far. And then I had to get this one because I had good memories of playing it on the GameCube. Metroid Prime. I'm looking forward to Metroid Prime 4. But I've never played 2 or 3. I've put a lot of time into the first one on the GameCube, and I'm playing through it again on the Switch. And 4 is coming out. I should go into 2 and 3 at some point. I keep hoping they're going to bring 2 and 3 to the Switch, but it keeps not happening. I don't know if it's going to at this point. Mighty Goose. This is like a pixelated, like run and gun, almost like Contra or Metal Slug. Really fun. I like the art style a lot. The combat's really fun. It's got a really, really beautiful art aesthetic. I like this game a lot. You can get this game really cheap on the eShop. I just found a physical of it and wanted to jump on it because it's one you don't see very often. Metopia. This game reminds me of Tomodachi Life. I never played Metopia on the 3DS, but I had Tomodachi Life. And Tomodachi Life was a really quirky game where you could like make your own people, your own Miis, and put them into like houses, and they say really weird things, and they have dreams, and I love how quirky that game is. I can't wait for the new Tomodachi Life. But this one reminded me of that. You pretty much make all the characters, and you can assign who's who. So I've got like my whole family in there, friends. I've got YouTubers on there. It'll say like, you know, Happy Console Gamer did this. Or it's pretty funny. The game kind of plays itself. Like there's not really a whole lot of like gameplay here, but it's just kind of funny to see people that you made running around in a JRPG format. I think this game's really fun. I wish there was like more gameplay to it. It's all turn-based and it kind of plays itself, but I do like that game quite a bit. I feel like that one doesn't get enough recognition either. Minecraft, just regular Minecraft. You know, we all know what that is. I remember paying, I think it was Notch's PayPal a long time ago to get the Minecraft file and playing like the very first version of Minecraft. And I thought it was just an amazing game. I knew it was going to be huge. Sure enough, it's been like one of the biggest games of all time. It's a great game, but after you've played it for a while, you know, it's hard to go back to. Minecraft Dungeons. This is like a Diablo dungeon crawling Minecraft game. It's really fun. I played this with my sons. We just had a great time. It's really mindless, pretty easy. But they really liked upgrading their weapons and getting loot and doing the combat and helping each other up when they get knocked out. And we had a really good time with it. It's not like a fantastic game, but it was a nice like sidestep for the Minecraft franchise. We like it. They have an arcade version of it at Dave & Buster's too. Minecraft: The Complete Adventure. This has episodes 1 through 8. These games got delisted from the eShop. So when I saw this, I think I got this for like $30 and it goes for like 90 or 80 now. I had to pick it up just because I knew that they delisted it. The second one, the chapter 2 one, is worth even more. And we played through some of these with my kids. My son actually cried at a couple spots. I don't want to spoil it, but there's some sad stuff that happens in here. But it's kind of a cool game. The Telltale games can be fun. But again, if you find this one, pick it up, especially if it's cheap, because it's not downloadable on the eShop anymore. Minako's Night Market. This game reminds me of Moonlighter a lot, which we're getting to very, very shortly here. Where you have to fight and then like open up your shop and sell things. I like those games that kind of take like the adventure and combat and then make you open a store as well. That's really, really fun. This game's cool. I heard it was really good. I got it on Amazon for like $20, I think. I really like the art style, and I like how they're trying to combine a couple genres there. It's pretty nice. Monster Harvest. This one's next. Monopoly. I only played this a couple times. It's just kind of a generic Monopoly game. Not much to say about it. We all know what Monopoly is. Monster Harvest. This game looks like just generic, like AI, like not going to be a good game. But the game's actually pretty cool. I love the way it looks. I love the pixel art that it uses. It's kind of like a Stardew Valley meets like Pokemon kind of thing. I played way more of this than I thought I was going to. I know it was filled with bugs and glitches when it first came out, but I know that they've patched it since then. So if you find this cheap, don't write it off. It actually is kind of fun, even though it looks like it's just like, shovelware. All right, next one. Let's go. All right, plugging along here. Thank you very much for still watching. It's a long video. I really wanted to do this, though. It's the perfect time because, it's the end of the Switch's life. And I probably won't be adding too many to my red spines because Switch 2 is out. So thank you guys for hanging with me. All right. Another franchise I've struggled to get into, the Monster Hunter. This is Generations Ultimate. I know these games are way more fun with friends. I don't have any friends to play this with. My friends that play games don't like these games. So if anyone wants to play these with me, I'm down. Let's try it. Because I would love to get into these games. Like, I know, like, on paper, they totally sound like something that I would love. But I'm just having a hard time finding people to play with me. And playing these games single player doesn't really work. So I've been struggling this whole time. Let me turn this light on. I don't know if that helped at all, but... All right, and then here's Monster Hunter Rise. Everybody said this is like the best one, and I tried it, and I really like how they have like that like grapple hook that helps you traverse and get around the environment. That's really cool. But still, I just can't get into these games. I need to play it with people, I think. So if you guys want to play this with me, let's do it. I'm down. I would love to get into those games. They seem really fun. And then Monster Hunter Stories 2. This is like a traditional RPG set in the Monster Hunter world. So this one's not a hack and slash. This one's like an actual like turn-based RPG. Played a little bit of it. Can't really get too into that one either. It's another franchise I'm struggling to get into. Monster Jam Steel Titans 2. I don't really know why I bought this. It just looked kind of fun. It has some really interesting and kind of complex controls where you can like control like the back wheels while you're controlling the front, and they go different ways and turn the monster trucks different ways. I just love going off of jumps. That's like my favorite thing. So I don't know. I bought this. It's pretty mindless, but I have fun with it. It's just a fun, mindless jump simulator. I just like going off of jumps. This is one of my favorite indie games. I had to make sure that I got this physically because I love it so much. I remember I used to go to the gym all the time and play this on the Treadmill. I always think of the treadmill when I see this game. I would put the Switch screen on the treadmill and then take the Joy-Cons off and play while I was going on the treadmill. So fun. Really cool dungeon crawler, and then you take the spoils from your dungeon adventures, and then you bring them to your shop and sell it at night, and then you use all the money from your shop to upgrade the town. Super cool loop. Love this game. It's one of my favorites for Switch. I know a lot of people love that game, but that one deserves all the love that it gets. It's really good. Morbid Lords of Ire. There was a Morbid game before this that was like a top-down dungeon crawler. I never played that one. This one's a Souls-like, so it's very similar to like the Dark Souls. It's very tough. You know, you have like campfire equivalents. When you go to it, all the monsters come back. But I want to see how it ran on Switch, and it's actually pretty good. It's a little janky, but I enjoyed this one for a little while before I got too frustrated with it. If you're into Souls games, it's worth a look. This is probably one of the worst games for the system. As a musician, you know, I heard that there was a Mozart game, and I was instantly intrigued. I was like, what? What do you do? Like, is it a rhythm game? Do you play piano? Do you compose music? Like, what do you do? Well, it's a point-and-click adventure game, kind of in the vein of like Monkey Island or, you know, Grim Fandango, but nowhere near as fun, polished, or, you know, well put together. It's a really bad point-and-click adventure game, but I don't know, just having a Mozart game for Switch was too quirky to pass up. So if you're into really bad point-and-click adventure games, you can get Mozart. My friend Pedro. This is a really cool side-scrolling run and gun with bullet time, and you can like use like the two sticks to shoot in different directions, slow down time, get headshots. This game is really fun. I like this one a lot. Yeah, if you're into like, you know, run and gun games and bullet time, you'll like this one a lot. It's a great game. My Sims. I'm trying to get into cozy games because the older I get, I need to get cozy. Just to relax. Put your feet up, get a beverage, get a blanket, just get cozy. So I played My Sims on the Wii when it came out. I've never played this one. And I didn't really remember much about this one, so I got this on sale, and I played My Sims, and I remembered how bad it was. So I was like, oh yeah. Like, all you're doing is like coloring furniture, and then you're like going into the forests to get like things to color it different colors, like in patterns. I'm like, well, this is stupid. I heard Kingdoms is better, but I haven't played it yet. So I'm still playing My Sims on this, but I haven't gotten to the Kingdom yet. So I didn't break my rule. I played half of this game. I need to play the other half. Haven't gotten there yet. I'm going to do these two at the same time. My Time at Portia. These are like Harvest Moon Story of Season clones. They're pretty similar. I haven't played enough of this one to really know like the difference between them. They seem kind of the same. But it's like a crafting, farming, life sim game. Again, with the coziness. I like these games, but like I said, I haven't put enough time into this one to say what's different from this one. They seem pretty similar so far. All right, Arcade Pack. The Namco Arcade Pack. I bought this game for one game only. It's got Splatterhouse on it. So I was like, I'm buying it. I love the Splatterhouse games. I love like bloody, like side-scrolling beat-em-ups, especially Splatterhouse. Those games are great. And the rest of the games around here are really good too, but I really bought it just for that one. It's a cool collection. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. The Hot Pursuit games from like the 360 era are like probably my favorite in the series. The Most Wanted game is my favorite. I really want them to bring that to Switch. But this is the only one we've gotten so far. Runs great. I remember running from the cops in this game, just getting the adrenaline going. It reminded me of a Burnout game. If I remember correctly, I think it's developed by Criterion. The Burnout guys. So I was like, all right, I'm going to give this a shot. And I remember playing it back in the day and be like, yep, this feels like a Burnout game. This is probably a better Burnout game than Burnout Paradise for the Switch, to be honest, because it doesn't have like the pointless open world, but it still feels like a Burnout game. I dig that one a lot. Bring Most Wanted to the Switch. I want that one. Neo Cab. I've only played a little bit of this because I saw it's pretty much just you in a cab driving people around and like a ton of talking. So I don't know if I'm going to stick with this one. I don't know what I was expecting, but it's pretty not slow and not for me so far. Neo: The World Ends With You. The World Ends With You came out for the DS. I remember it was just such a weird name for a game. And there's like a hardcore cult following for that game. So when it came to the Switch, I was like, oh, I want to try it, but the controls don't work very well. This one's better. This is like the sequel, but like nobody bought this. So I think they're done with the series, which is a shame because I would love for them to continue with it and keep refining the controls. But this is a very unique, stylish beat 'em up. I like it a lot. It's cool. New Super Lucky's Tale. I believe this started on VR, and then it came to Xbox, and then it came to Switch. This very much feels like an N64 era platformer, like platformer collectathon. I love how you can like dig through the ground, collecting things, finding new areas. I love games like this. I wish they made more games like this still. But yeah, if you're into those like old N64 like platforming action games, these are really fun. Well, I guess there's only one. This one's fun. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. My daughter wanted this one. I tried to explain to her, like, it wasn't good the first time on the Wii U. She's like, I don't care. I want to play it. I think we played it on like a kiosk at Best Buy or Target, and she thought it was really fun. So she wanted me to get it for her. And she played it for like an hour and never touched it again. But this is like when Nintendo was going through their like lazy, I don't know, like no creativity put into their games phase. It was not worth the money at all. Here's Nier Automata. I remember when they announced this, I was very excited because I loved the first Nier on the 360 and PS3. That's like one of my favorite games ever. I love that game. And then when they brought this one out, I was like, cool, let's try it. I can't get into it. Everyone says it's like way better than the first one. I disagree. I love the first one. I wish it would come to Switch, but all we have is Automata. I mean, it's cool, but like I still like the first one better. This is one of the better ports on Switch, though. It runs very well, looks great. It's a great game. I just like the first one better. I feel like I'm in the minority on that one. Ninja 5.0. I actually had this one for GBA. I bought it when it came out for like $30, and I feel like nobody knew about it. It's a great side-scrolling like action game, but you have a grappling hook, and it went way up in price. It was like $700, $800 complete. I sold mine a couple years ago because I've got it on emulators and stuff. And then this one came out for limited run. I was like, I would like to have a physical copy of it again, especially for Switch. So I got it for Switch, and it plays and looks just like the Game Boy Advance game, just on the big screen now. You can play it portably on the nice big Switch 2 screen now. So I love having it physically. Again, it's a great game. If you guys haven't played this or haven't seen, if you've never played it, check it out. It's really fun. It's one of those games that flew under the radar for a long time, which is why it went up in price so much. Ni no Kuni. I know these Ni no Kuni games are supposed to work way better on Switch 1 now, so I think these are going to be going up in price because people are going to be looking for these now. But this game had a kind of like a Pokemon aspect to it where you were like recruiting monsters that would fight with you, but it had like turn-based combat. You know, I had it for PS3. It was kind of like whatever. I liked the story. The story kind of got to me, to be honest. And the combat was just okay. But then when they made Ni no Kuni 2, they changed the combat and they went from turn-based to real-time. I love this game. This game's really good. The combat feels awesome. It has these weird like RTS parts in it though that I could do without. But like the overworld looks beautiful. The combat's great. The art style's beautiful. But yeah, I could do without those RTS parts. Again, they're supposed to run great on Switch too. I just haven't tried it yet. This is an empty case. I got this from Club Nintendo, or like whatever the Nintendo Rewards thing is called now. It's kind of cool. It holds 8 different cards in it. I've never actually used it. I just thought it looked really cool. It's got these cool like pictures of Joy-Cons and stuff on there. It's nice if you're gonna like go on a trip or something. And you want to bring like a case to hold a bunch of games. But like I said, I've never used it for that. All right, No Man's Sky. Boy, what a history this game's had. I remember I bought it for PS4 right when it came out. And I put a long time into it. Shooting rocks, upgrading my jet propulsions and all this stuff. And then I found out that there was like no end to the game. I kept thinking that like if I keep doing this and grinding, there's going to be some big payoff at the end, some boss battle, or like if you get to the center of the universe, something amazing is going to happen. And there was nothing. Like this game was not finished when it came out. And everybody was so mad, up in arms, saying, "Oh, they lied about this and that." But Hello Games, they've put the metal to the pedal to the metal, kept going, making it better and better and better. And then we got this Switch port, and now it even has a pretty robust Switch 2 update for free. So if you have this game, you can get it updated to the Switch 2 version free of charge, which is awesome. They've improved it a lot. I actually like it better in first person. I think they changed it to third person. But I put so much time into this and got nowhere. It's hard for me to go back after I feel like I wasted so much time when I played it at launch. But having this on the Switch is great. The port's fantastic. So if you can find this, get it, because like I said, the free upgrade for Switch 2 is going to make it pretty desirable. All right, No More Heroes 3. I loved No More Heroes 1 and 2 on the Wii. Loved them. I love the first one especially. I have those digitally, the first and second. This one I have physically. Unfortunately, it's the worst. I don't know what Suda51's doing. This game's not great. I got like halfway through this and I was like, I'm not having fun. So, I don't know. This one's not great. The first two are awesome though. Noob. The Factionless. This one I just bought because it was cheap. I was at GameStop and I think it was like $8.99 and I had a $5 off coupon for the month. So I think I paid like $4 for it. I don't even think it's worth that. I put it in. It's just like really not very good turn-based RPG. I don't like the art style. I don't feel like it runs very well. The battling's boring. I don't know. I think I got ripped off even though I only spent $4 for it. No Straight Roads. This is a really fun rhythm game. I love the art style in it. It's got really good music. And it's almost like a rhythm fighting game. It's really cool. I like this game a lot. Really cool vibes. I like rhythm games that try new things and they have really awesome art styles. And that one definitely checks all those boxes. That one's fun. Octopath Traveler. This has the 2D HD art style. This has a turn-based combat system, but I really liked it. It had like lots of different like weaknesses, and you could use this but not this, and then like there was a lot to it that kept it pretty engaging for me. I put 20 or 30 hours into this, and then I just got sidetracked, but I really liked what I played of it. But like I said, something else must have come out, and I just put it down. But I had a good time with it for a long time. And then I picked up Octopath Traveler 2. I've only put a couple hours into this one. It feels much like the same. I just love these games. I think they're great. I would love to make it through both of those one of these days. I just think they did a fantastic job with those. All right, first game from the next stack is the Oddworld Collection. This has 3 games, the new and tasty Munch's Odyssey and Oddworld Stranger's Wrath. I have good memories of playing Munch's Odyssey on the original Xbox. I remember that was like a launch game. So random. It was weird to see like a PlayStation franchise go to Xbox. That one was pretty fun. I never really got into new and tasty. And then Oddworld Stranger's Wrath is really different. It's like a first-person shooter where you're like shooting like bugs at like these like cowboy monster guys. It's really, really strange. It's very odd. That's the name Oddworld, I guess. But it's very good. I like this one. And it's cool to have these 3 games in one collection. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's cool to have them. Amori. This is a really dark game with a really simplistic and like whimsical looking art style. So it's kind of cool to have like this like simple whimsical art style with like really dark, serious subject matter. They did a nice job with this game. Some of it's very artsy. But they did a nice job. I don't know if I'm going to make it through the whole thing, but it's cool to have. Next one is One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. Now, I'm not a One Piece fan. I've never seen one episode of the show or read any of the mangas or whatever they're called. But I heard this is a Muso game made by the makers of, I think it's by, yeah, I think it is. Maybe not. By the makers of Dynasty Warriors, I think. If not, they did a good job copying it because it feels just like a Muso game in the same vein as Dynasty Warriors. You're just running around, mowing through tons of dudes. It's a great hack and slash action game. It's really, really clear where you're supposed to go. The combat feels good. I don't know. This one's a really good one. I have 3 digitally, but I have 4 physically. I really like that one, even though I'm not a One Piece fan. This one's a Japanese import called Onenaki. This one I remember looking for forever, and I just never put 2 and 2 together that it never released here. Found this one a couple weeks ago. It's a fun, like, over-the-head, like, hack and slash game. It's pretty fun, using different forms and different attacks to take out enemies. I like it. It's a good one. I don't know why they didn't release it here physically. Ori, the Collection. This has both of the Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps. These are great Metroidvania games that really tug on your heartstrings. But the thing I like about these games the most is actually the music. The music is phenomenal. So good. The backtracking, going back when you have new abilities to find new paths. That's all great. The combat feels great. But really the star of the show here is the art style and the music. So good. I love both those games. Again, more Xbox games coming to Switch. Something about that's really cool. All right, this one's called The Outbound Ghost. I played this for like maybe an hour. I didn't like it at all. I kind of just bought this on a whim. I was just this little ghost going into different areas and talking to people, and don't think this one's for me. You guys can tell me if it gets better. I don't know. The first hour was not enough to hook me. That's for sure. All right, The Outer Wilds. This is another game that I've heard so many people praise. Like, it was some people's like game of the year that it came out. I get nervous every time I see this A. Stands for Annapurna. This company puts out games that are like not for me. I don't know like what it is, but they're usually just like walking sims or like games where you just have to read text the whole time. Like there's usually like no gameplay in it. And I've heard so many amazing things about this game. People have said like, don't look up anything about it, just play it. So I did that. I didn't look up anything about it. I just heard that it was good. I've tried to play it a couple times. I don't know what they're talking about. It is like, I don't know what to do in this game. I don't know how to get going. I don't know if like once you get going, it gets amazing or what I'm missing, but it ain't clicking with me at all. But some people love this game, like love. That's why I picked it up. I always get the name of that one mixed up with this one, The Outer Worlds. Outer Wilds, Outer Worlds. Ironically, people talk smack about this game, and I love it. So this is really like the only Fallout-style game that we have on Switch. This game is like, it's just like Fallout. Like, it's a first-person shooter, but you can like make decisions. You can like choose to kill everybody. There's like different ways that you can handle situations. You can like have people in your party. You can fire them. It's awesome. It did not run very well on Switch, especially when it first came out. It has been patched since then. I love this game a lot. I've finished it multiple times. It's the closest we've gotten to an actual Fallout game on Switch. Hopefully we'll get a remaster of like Fallout 3 or New Vegas. But until then, this is all we got. I love this game. I think it's really good. Outward Definitive Edition. This is a really in-depth RPG with like survival elements. It's a little bit too hardcore for me. I saw some gameplay of it. I was like, oh, that's going to be cool. And it's just a little bit too much for me. Too in-depth. Too many systems. But it's cool to jump in. It's got a really cool world to explore. This cover art is terrible, by the way. I don't know what they were thinking about that, but it's a cool RPG. I just wish it was a little bit more approachable. Owlboy. This is a really cool game. I love the art style. I love the pixelated style they used for this. Some really cool mechanics in here. It's gorgeous. I just think this game is really, really good. If you guys haven't played Owlboy, check that one out. That's a great one. This is a Pac-Man Museum collection. It's got like a ton. It's got 14 Pac-Man games on here. And it's kind of cool. You have like this. You can like you have your own arcade. And you can like decorate it and like put like different decorations in it and move your arcade cabs around, and it's kind of cool. I like this one a lot. This one's fun. Lots of great Pac-Man games on here. Yeah, if you're a Pac-Man fan, this is like a no-brainer. All right, this is another one I got for like $5 at GameStop. This is really bad. I didn't think it was going to be good for $5. I think it was another one of those, like I had like a $5 coupon and it was like 10, so it took it down to 5. Super janky. The controls are terrible. I think in the first couple hours that I played this, it crashed like 3 times. It's not great. But I don't know. Sometimes I have a good time playing through janky, not so good games. So I'll still get some enjoyment out of it, I'm sure. But it's not put together very well. All right, Paper Mario, the Origami King. I've been a Paper Mario fan since the N64, primarily because they're turn-based combat, but they always put like an engaging element into it, like having to time your hits right or something. The battling in this game is awful. I hated it. It was like this like ring, and you had to like line up different rings with other rings. Oh, I hated it. I liked the whole game other than that. Like the game was great, and I was rocking with it, but every time I get into a battle, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do this combat. It's just a slog. I wish they could just go back to the old school N64 combat and just keep it nice and simple. I don't know why they keep trying to mess around with the combat system. Just give us what we want. And they did give us what we wanted. Here it is, The Thousand Year Door. This is a remake of the GameCube game. People were asking for this in petitions and, signing online forums and stuff to try and get Nintendo to remake this. This is probably the best Paper Mario game. The combat's amazing. I love the combat. However, everything outside of combat I find to be very tedious. Like trying to find where to go and find little puzzles to find the new paths to the next area you're supposed to go to is a little bit tedious, but I love the combat in this one. And it looks fantastic on the Switch, especially the OLED. Looks really good. The Pathless. This game has some really cool traversal. You can move really, really quick, kind of darting from one section to the other, unlocking these nodes. I really like this game. You have a bow and arrow. I love how fast this game moves. I really like fast-moving games. There's our Annapurna again. They actually did a good job with this one, though. This one actually has some engaging gameplay. I like this one a lot. One of the few engaging Annapurna games. Penny Punching Princess. This is another really early one. I think this came out within the first year of the Switch. It's pretty simplistic. It's like a little arcadey game where you're punching and collecting coins. I fell off of this one pretty quick, but I don't see it very often, and it's really quirky, and no one ever talks about it, so I just like keeping it in the collection, even though it's not one of my favorites. Sorry, I'm getting comfortable here. This chair is not comfortable at all. This is Pikmin 1 and 2. I've tried to get into the Pikmin games ever since the GameCube. 1 and 2 were the two that came out for GameCube, and the entire time that the Switch has been a thing, people have been asking for GameCube games to come to it. So they finally put 1 and 2 together. I thought it was really neat that they put both of these in one package. I actually got this on Black Friday for $30. So I figured like $15 for each Pikmin is pretty good. It was funny because I went to my GameStop to look for this, and it said $60. It said $59.99. And then I went up to the counter. I said, "Is this really $59.99?" And then they scanned it, and they said, "No, it's on sale for $29.99. I was like, sold, I'll take it. These aren't my favorite Pikmin games, but I love having these on the Switch, specifically in one package. I don't have Pikmin 3. I don't know why, but I do have Pikmin 4. This one's my favorite. I like this one a lot. I feel like it's taken them 1, 2, and 3 for them to refine the formula, and this is my favorite by far. I love Ochi the dog. This game is gorgeous, too. I just think this game is fantastic. They finally got it right. Hopefully they'll keep making Pikmin games like this, because this is the best one. Planescape Torment and Icewind Dale. This is kind of in the same vein as those Baldur's Gate games. I was hoping these were going to have more gameplay, but no, these are just like old school computer RPGs with controls that did not translate well to the Switch. I would love to see these again with like the mouse controls on the Switch 2 updated. Just saying, that'd be kind of cool. But for right now, I view these as kind of unplayable on the Switch. And they're just so old. But it's cool they're on there. The Plucky Squire. This one's not that old. This one just came out a couple months ago, I feel. It was pretty rough when it came out on Switch. I remember the performance was really bad. However, it's been updated now, especially for the Switch 2, and it works great. The art style for this game is excellent. And sadly, it's the only good thing about this game. Like, you're constantly going between, like, inside a storybook, then you jump out, and then you're in, like, this 3D world where you're actually looking at the storybook, and you can turn the pages. All that stuff's super neat. Unfortunately, the game is super boring. You're just, like, moving words into sentences, and the combat's really, really easy, and the puzzles are not fun. So, I mean, if you want to play a kind of simplistic game with a cool art style, go for it. But if you're looking for like an engaging gameplay experience, I would stay away from this one. Poi. I found this one at Toys R Us, actually, before those all closed. And I was like, what is this? And I remember looking up gameplay for it. And it's a 3D platformer, kind of like Mario 64. I love this game, actually. I remember putting it in and I kept saying, like, wow, this is like way better than I thought it was going to be. And it kind of blew me away. It's actually excellent. It's nothing special, but like it's really, really good. I had a really good time with it. I kind of liked it more than Mario Odyssey, to be honest. But this game is fun. I think it's really cool. Another one I don't see too often. All right, now we're getting into all the Pokemon games. So let me tell you. So I have a weird history with Pokemon. I played Pokemon Blue when I was a kid. And then I feel like they never changed the formula. Like, they've just been making the same games since I was a kid. So I've been waiting for them to kind of like advance the Pokemon formula, and I've kind of pieced out of the series. My oldest son was collecting cards, and he liked all the games. So he wanted to get this one, the remake of Diamond. I feel like this is like the exact same game as Blue from when I was a kid. I mean, they really have just been making the same game over and over and over and over again. I don't like the art style of that one at all. And then, let me see, I'm going to go out of order a little bit. This one, kind of the same thing. I like the art in this one a lot better. But again, you know, it's like a remake of Yellow. So you're kind of just doing the same thing you've done a million times. The combat's not fun. You're kind of just following that same Pokemon formula. I don't know. I think it's very, very boring. Scarlet, this game did not run very well when we got it. It was funny because I started to play this game when I first got it. Because I'm like, you know, they had finally started to like evolve the formula a little bit and change things up. So I was playing it, and then my son took over for me, and he like changed all my Pokemon and like got me stuck, and I couldn't progress anymore. So I stopped playing it. But I was having more fun with this one because they were finally evolving the series a little bit. And then we got this one. This one, I remember I bought, and I've tried it with my kids, and like the first 2 hours are like insufferable. I'm just like, oh, these slow text boxes and like such a slow tutorial. I was over it. So I actually returned it. I actually bought this used and returned it when it first came out. Somebody else returned it like right away. And I was like, you know what? Let me try it again. So I bought it again. We actually put some time into it, and I actually love this game. They actually started to evolve the formula finally. And I played this one all the way through. This is the only Pokemon game I've ever finished all the way through. This game's great. I love that they actually like evolved the formula. You're throwing the Pokeballs. This is the game I've been waiting for since I was a little kid. So I'm hoping they evolve the formula even more, and Game Freak gets their stuff together and like makes a game that doesn't look like a PS2 game. That'd be great. But I'm not going to hold my breath for that. This one I went out of order too because it says new Pokemon Snap. I just put it in the P's. Just keep all the Pokemon games together. I absolutely adored Pokemon Snap on the N64. When I was a kid, I played that all the time. That was like my favorite Pokemon game for a long time. This one's just not as fun. I don't know, like, I feel like you have to do the same courses over and over and over and over again. It's beautiful, though. I will say it's the best looking Pokemon game ever. But, I don't know, it's just not as fun as the old N64 one. I feel like that game just came out and nobody talked about it anymore. Port Royale 4. This is like a trading ship game. You're like working with like the economy and taking stuff and selling stuff. I don't know. I was kind of hoping for more action in this. It's just a lot of like trading and selling and bartering, and I don't know. It's kind of underwhelming. Last one for this stack is Princess Peach Showtime. I'm glad that they're finally giving Princess Peach like some love, you know, from the movie and stuff. But this game is like for babies. Like, it's so simple. Like, you can finish this game with your eyes closed. I was kind of hoping they were gonna like, you know, put some like engaging gameplay in here, but you pretty much just show up into a room and just mash a button and you're done, and you go into the next one. They have like a mini game, and then you go into the next room and mash the button, and then you're done. They go into and do a mission. I don't know. They kind of dumb this down. I don't know. I don't know why they can't give us like a Princess Peach game with like engaging gameplay. I don't know. Maybe one of these days. All right, moving along. Here we go. We're getting there. All right, rolling right along here. We have Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Remember, this came out for $50, and everybody was like, yeah, no. And everybody waited, and of course it didn't sell anything. But turns out this is actually a fantastic Metroidvania with a really good combat. Lots of puzzles, which kind of put me off a little bit. But the combat's pulling me through this one. I really like this one a lot. Unfortunately, it didn't get a lot of love when it first came out. A lot of the reviewers said it was good, but because of the high price, it didn't sell very well. Now you can get this really cheap. I think I got this for $20 or $15. Totally worth it for that if you like Metroidvania games with good combat. Totally one to look out for. Proteus. This is actually a physical that's getting kind of hard to find now. This is a boomer shooter, so it kind of plays like old school Doom, you know, or Quake, and the graphics are gorgeous. It's like this like really pixelated, but it moves really fast and it looks awesome. It's super bloody and gory. I absolutely love this game. And to play it on the Switch feels awesome. It doesn't look as great as it does on the Xbox Series X, which is actually where I played it first. But if you like those old school shooters, this is a really fun one. Proteus is cool. Psycho Shooting Stars Alpha. This actually came with a box set. You can probably see it. Whoops, right there. Right there. There's a blue one and a red one. This is the blue one. This one has some great games on it. This was an import only for a long time, and then they finally released it here in North America in the big box set. Picked it up right away because it has a bunch of great shooters on it. This one has 6 on it. You know, they're all by that company, Sekio, and they're great. I love these ones. But the next one is even more my favorite. This one, the second one, called Bravo. This one's great. The games on here are awesome. I like this one better. They're both great. If you're a shmup fan, love shoot 'em ups, these collections are amazing. But this one's got six games on it as well. Yeah, if you're a shmup fan, you need to have these. A lot of people didn't wait for the physical to come out here in North America, so they have the import version, but I like having the ESRB version, and I think the box set looks really, really cool. So those are great. Rad Rogers. This game, for some reason, like spiked up. It was like $100 a couple months ago. I was like, why? It's this side-scrolling run and gun where you can like change between areas, and you go into like these like glitches, and it's got Duke Nukem in it. It's really strange. It's rated M because he like says bad words and stuff. It's kind of quirky. I have no idea why this like spiked in value. It's coming back down now, but it's just the weirdest game to have like a value spike. It's okay. Like I bought it because it looked quirky, but it's nothing special. It's definitely not worth paying like that much for it. Here's Raiden 5 director's cut. I got this. It's a really fast-paced shooter. It has some really cool weapons. Like some of the weapons just take up the whole screen and look really awesome. It's a really fast-paced shooter. I love that one too. Railway Empire. I've tried with this one a lot. You know, I like city builders. I like sim games. So I've tried to get into this one multiple times. But it's really obtuse and hard to figure out what you're supposed to do. But I would love to kind of get back into this and give it another shot. But it's a little bit a little bit complicated. All right, this is another one of my favorite ports. I first played this game on the 360 years ago, so long ago. And to this day, I don't think any other game has handled destructible environments as well as this game, Red Faction Guerrilla. It's called the Remastered Edition. You gotta love that. So you have like the sledgehammer, and you got grenades and guns, and a lot of the mission objectives revolve around you taking down buildings, silos, and you actually see them come down in pieces. It is so great. I was so excited when I heard this was coming to Switch because I absolutely love this game. The second one that came out after this during the 360 generation was Armageddon, and that game is so bad. But this is it. This is the best Red Faction game. If you love destructible environments and you miss those like old action games of the 360 days, this is a great one to get. One of my favorites. Reynatus. This game it's an action RPG, but it has a really strange, kind of obtuse combat mechanic where you have to like hit the shoulder button at the right time, and you run out of magic. So when you run out of magic, you have to like run around and do nothing until it it like regenerates. They really tried to do something different with this, but I don't think it's very fun. They didn't. I don't know. Like, it's a cool combat mechanic, but it doesn't lend itself to being fun because there is times when you just need to like run around and let your magic recharge. But I always respect when developers try something new with a combat mechanic, but I don't know if this was the best option for them. But I'm glad they tried something new. Here's Rico. This is a first-person shooter, and when it first came out, I played so much of this game because you have to like unlock all the guns. So you start off with like no guns, and you can like slide slow-mo into buildings and like take out guys one by one with headshots, and they fall through the windows, and there's like really funny ragdoll physics going on. I loved this game. I played this a lot, way more hours than I thought I was going to. Then they made a sequel called Rico London, and I had it, and it is so bad. I sold it. I don't even have it anymore. This is where it's at, and this is where it stops. The first Rico is awesome. If you like arcadey first-person shooters with funny ragdoll physics, that's definitely one to check out. Excuse me, I'm going to take a sip real quick. All right. Rime. I remember when this game came out for the Switch, it was very early in its life, and it didn't have it didn't perform very well. The way it performed on Switch wasn't great. It was always stuttery and laggy. And, people were saying, the Switch can't even run Rime. And, I was playing through it as best I could. It's just a really boring game. But in early days, we were just taking whatever Switch games we could get. So I did try it out, but it's not my favorite game. Riot Civil Unrest. Again, this was another early game. And I was like, ooh, cool. Like, a game where you play with, like, riots and move them around. That's super cool. This is a terrible game. Oh, it's so bad. The gameplay doesn't make any sense. It's so slow. It's not fun. But the premise was really cool. And I like the pixelated art style that they used. But the actual gameplay is just not fun. Risen. This was one of those like janky Piranha Byte 360 RPGs. I have all three of them for the 360. There's a Risen 1, 2, and 3. I like these games. I like these like European janky RPGs with like, real-time combat. Kind of like Skyrim light games. This one's not the best, but I just get a kick out of these games that like go for it. They might not have the budget to do like a real third-person RPG, but they just try their best. And I just always get a kick out of them. I wish they'd bring 2 and 3 over. That'd be cool. I think that game was like 20 or 30 when it came out. It's perfect. Risk of Rain 2. This game's great. I really like this game. It's like a roguelike where like you go in and you get these different weapons every time, and you have like a time limit, and you have to get through as many of the worlds as possible. This game is a lot of fun. This is another one that I kind of went into blind and ended up liking a lot more than I thought I was going to, because I played Risk of Rain 1, and it's very different than this one. That one was just okay. This one's great. This one actually comes with the first one. I don't know if they all do or if it was just this one, but 2's where it's at. So if you can only get 1 or 2, try 2. River City Girls. I was a huge River City Ransom fan back in the day. I have a painting of it up there. I got a shadow box right here of River City Ransom. I love it. So when I heard they were making River City Girls, I was like, that's really cool. Keeping the River City name alive. I just can't get into this game. I don't know what it is. It's got like a ton of moves. It's just like overwhelming. I never know where to go. It's just, I don't know. I was really excited about this one, and I just came away really disappointed, to be honest. Maybe someday I'll try and go back to it and finish it, but I was hoping for better. And everyone says the music's good. I can't stand the music in that game. I don't know. Everyone's always talking it up. I'm like, okay. Here's another River City game. You guys will notice I don't have a lot of imports. The reason for that is because I want all my games to look the same on the spine. Most imports, they're like here in the middle. But this one actually looks like all the ESRB ones. It's got it in the right spot, even though it doesn't have the ESRB right there. This is cool. I like this game better than River City Girls because this one plays more like the traditional River City Ransom games, but it's in like old, old Dynasty China, like old-timey stuff. It's really cool. But you can still like upgrade your moves. It still feels like a River City Ransom game, more so than the River City Girls one does. I like that one. All right, Rock of Ages. This is a hidden gem for sure. I adore this game. I liked 2 also. I've never played 1. I think I have 2 digitally, and I have this one physically. But this game is really funny. It has like a Monty Python art style, and you pretty much control this boulder, and you go down this track, and the enemy officer that you're trying to take out can put like different obstacles in your way, but you can like jump and try and avoid them, and you want to hit their castle and run over them. And they're all like these little like paper guys, and they get squished, and they go, ah, when you go in there. It's really funny. I think this game is excellent. I don't hear anyone ever talk about these games. I think they're a huge hidden gem on the Switch, and more people should play them. They're so funny. Love those. All right. So I'm a huge Roller Coaster Tycoon fan from back in the day on the PC with the Chris Sawyer classics. So when I heard they were making Roller Coaster Tycoons for the Switch, I got very excited. Unfortunately, this is like a mobile game that they just ported over to Switch. So it's not great. You can just tell it's mobile. It's got like the mobile DNA all over it. I just can't get into it. This is not a good one. I was kind of bummed out, but we'll take what we can get. And then this one's kind of the same thing, but it adds some things, but it still feels like a mobile game. They actually have a Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I have that digitally, but I didn't order it on limited run when it was available. I'm kicking myself now because I love Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but again, I have it digitally. And then this one I got digitally as well. That's why this one's still sealed, but I really wanted to have this one physically because these are the ones that I grew up on, like the PC classics. There's some weird things about this one, like you can't change the price of the park. Like I used to just like change the price of the park. You can't do that in this one. You have to like micromanage the price of every single ride, which just takes forever. It's got some weird, funky quirks, but this is the best one. I love this because this has got my memories just all over it because I used to play this all the time when I was a kid. I love those games. Romancing Saga 2. This looks like salsa to me. I always say that and nobody ever agrees with me. Does that look like SALSA? It always looks like Romancing Salsa to me. But anyway, this is a remake of an old game. It's pretty traditional. It's got like turn-based combat, but you can like jump, which is kind of cool. So when you're like going to like the next story beats, you can jump. You can actually attack enemies from behind to kind of get an advantage in battle. It's kind of cool. And it's got a beautiful art style. I like this one, but I haven't played too much of it yet. It didn't come out too long ago. RPG Maker. I've been buying these RPG Makers my entire life because I think the premise is so neat. Like you can make your own game. How cool is that? But like the tools that they give you to do that are like so obtuse. They make no sense. You have to take like a college course to be able to do it. It's just insane. And I don't know. I've even seen the ones that people spend a lot of time on and they're not even that great. So, but you can share them online, which is really cool. That was the problem with the old RPG Makers. Is that you'd go through all this trouble making an RPG and then nobody can play it. So it's just you playing your RPG. Now you can share them online. You can actually download a file on Switch, which lets you just play people's RPG Maker games. That might be the way to go. Just do that. Because making your own is not fun and it's not intuitive at all. But it's a great premise. I'm glad that they tried to make it. All right, RPG Golf Legends. This is a really neat game. It's like a golf game, but with like combat. So you have to like fight enemies, but then also play golf. It's really cool. I love when they take like, pinball and golf games and try and put combat in them. I think that's so neat. This game's really cool. I found this at Game Dude in California as well. Just a great game. I think it's a really good, interesting mashup. R-Type Final 2. This game kicks my butt. Oh my gosh. I can't get very far in this at all. I remember I played it, got my butt kicked, would take a break for a couple of days, go back, I got my butt kicked. I don't know, I just need to like read strategies or figure out different ways to get through it. But it's just kicking my booty every time I play it. All right, these next three are kind of similar, so I'm going to kind of go through all of them at the same time. We got Rune Factory 3, 4, and 5. These, 3 is like a remake of the old DS one. I think 5 is like the newest original one that they put out on the Switch. I like that they take, the farming aspect of Harvest Moon and they try and add combat to it. But the combat's not usually very good, and the farming's not very good. I don't know, it just feels like they're kind of just spinning their wheels and nothing really clicks. The new Rune Factory, though, that just came out, Guardians of Azuma, that's a great game. I have that for Switch too. That's the best Rune Factory. I would just skip all these and just go right to Guardians of Azuma, because that's like 90% just a really good action RPG, and the farming takes a back seat. You can have your villagers do all the farming for you, which is great. Skip 3, 4, and 5, and just go to Azuma. That's the way to do it. All right, Rustler. This is a really weird game. It's like a open world GTA type game, like the old school, like overhead GTA games, but with like horses and stuff. It has a really funky sense of humor to it, and art style. It reminds me of Bully a little bit, like an overhead Bully. But it's like Grand Theft Autos with horses. It's really cheap. I always see this game for like under $10 on the eShop. I think I got this physically for like 15. It's really cheap. So if you like those like old school top-down GTA games, this one might be worth a look. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We got 5 more sections left. Okay, Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. This is a cool game. Again, with the Rune Factory mashup of like combat with farming. It kind of does that same thing, but I kind of like the art style with this one better. And the combat's really fun with this one. So I feel like it kind of takes what Rune Factory did, but makes it better, because the combat's actually a lot better. But this one's a really fun one. This actually has a cool special edition, but I don't have that one. But this is a nice mashup if you guys are interested in like the farming / fighting genre. It's a pretty cool one. Salt and Sanctuary. This is like a side-scrolling Dark Souls game. So it's almost like a Metroidvania meets Dark Souls. It's got really hard combat. You're like unlocking ways to get to the next level so you can do it faster, kind of thing. It's got the parrying and dodging that Dark Souls does. This game kicks my butt, and it kind of kept me from playing too much of it. But if you're into Dark Souls and want like a different take on those games, that might be worth a shot. Samurai Jack. I've never seen the show, but I heard that the game was really good. Unfortunately, there's 2 different covers for this game. There's like the limited run one, and then there's the limited run from Best Buy one, which is this one. I don't like the cover as much, but I heard this game's really good, and it plays like a PS2 game, which I always, whenever I hear that, I'm like, ooh, I need to play it. So this game is really good. It's got great combat. It feels like an old school, like licensed PS2 game, action combat game. That's great. I just wish I had the other cover, but it is a really good game. I should see the show. Never seen it. Sanabi, this is a newer one. This is an indie game with a really cool like grappling hook mechanic. It has a lot of story to it. I kind of skipped through a lot of the story. Some of it was really nice, but there's like a little bit too much. Like when you're doing like, an indie game where you're going through super fast and then you have to like stop and watch a 10-minute cutscene, it's like kind of takes you out of it a little bit. But the gameplay is really interesting. If you like cool traversal and like grappling hooks, this one's totally worth a look. And if you like indie games with like, they're pretty story heavy, this might be totally up your alley. Sanabi's cool. That one took me by surprise. Scourgebringer. I think this is an import too, but it has has it in the right spot. That's like the big thing I'm always worried about. I couldn't get into this game. It looked really fun, but I'm just not a fan of it. It's kind of like these like little arenas and you're dodging and hitting stuff. I don't know. I couldn't get into this one. Not my favorite. Sea of Stars is a wonderful game. Beautiful pixel art. I absolutely adore the way this game looks. Amazing visuals and amazing music. This, again, is a turn-based RPG with engaging combat where you have to do inputs to get better attacks, to dodge, all that stuff. I love when games do that. I just love the way this game looks. I love a lot about this game. I just thought they did a phenomenal job with it. Sea of Stars is awesome. Sega Genesis Classics. I grew up with the Genesis. My brother had one, and I never got into it. I never liked it. I always hated the controller. I didn't think the games looked good. Like, I don't know. Even though I grew up with it, like, I don't have any affinity for these games. Like, but they're cool. Like going back now, I enjoy them more. Like, you know, like Gunstar Heroes and Streets of Rage. I was more of like a Final Fight guy playing it on the Super Nintendo. But yeah, this is a really cool collection. Tons of games. I think you can't get this anymore. I think they delisted it or took it out of stores or something. But it's got a lot of great games on it. I'm just not the biggest Genesis guy. Shin Megami Tensei and Tensei, that's 3 and 5. I pretty much got these just because they were super cheap and they're Atlas RPGs. I tried playing them and they're really slow paced and I don't think I can get into these. But whenever you see a cheap Atlas RPG, it's good to just pick them up because they usually keep their value or go up over time. So, but they're definitely a little bit too slow for me. Shmup Collection. This has Armed 7, Statizius, and Wolfflame. I've never heard of any of these, but I saw this at the store and I was like, it's cheap enough. I'll give it a whirl. I like shmups. They're really fun to just pick up and play, especially when you want to try a new one. Just throw it in there, see how it is for, you know, an hour or two. Just have a good old time. I don't see this one too often either, but some of those are pretty good. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. I can't get into these Shovel Knight games. It's another one of those games that I always hear everyone saying is so amazing. I'm like, oh, okay, let's play. And then I just get bored and bounce after not too long. But again, this is another one of those that I hope I'll get into someday because everyone says it's amazing. I just haven't seen it yet. I don't really get it. I don't get the hype. Civilization 6. My favorite Civilization game is Civilization Revolution because that was kind of like a Civilization game for normies. I loved that one on the 360. This one's a little bit too advanced for me. I don't want to put too much time into these games. I just want to have fun. I was going to get Civilization 7, but I bet that's going to be more of the same. I don't want to have to take a college course to be able to play these games. But I did have a couple hours of fun with it. Port Civilization Revolution. That'd be great. Signalis. This is a really cool survival horror game. I was really hoping to like this more than I do. It's really artsy. Like, I don't need like all the artsy fartsy parts. Like, just let me play and go through it. And it's a lot of puzzles, looking for code numbers, and I don't know. I just want like more of a streamlined action experience. But it's really artsy and a little bit too many puzzles in there for me. This is the version with the Polaroid in it. I don't know if that matters or not, but it's kind of cool. All right, Silent Hope. I got this in that like box set that they had at GameStop. It was super cheap. It's a action RPG, top down. It's pretty unremarkable. There's nothing memorable about it. I played it for a couple hours and I was like, yeah, the combat's okay. I see what this is, and I haven't gone back to it since. It's pretty boring. But I like action RPGs, so if I see one for cheap, I'll just buy it. Cinemora X. I like this game a lot. This is another really early Switch game in which you like use I think the time is like your life or something like that. It's been a long time since I've played it. But I remember like every time you get hit, like instead of like dying, it just like takes time away from you, something like that. I thought this game was gorgeous. I still think it looks really good to this day. And it's just a really fun shooter. I had a great time with this one. I remember people talking smack about this or saying it wasn't good. I think it's great. It's probably one of my favorite shmups for the Switch, to be honest. Scully. This is an adventure action game where you have this skull that like rolls around on the ground. You have to solve some environmental puzzles. It's okay. It was pretty unremarkable. Sky Ocean's Wings for Hire. This one doesn't play great on the Switch, but it has really, really heavy Skies of Arcadia vibes. So you're like these sky pirates. You've got these like sky ships. You can actually fly them in this game. Unfortunately, the action is turn-based, but it is pretty fun. And I just like the art style and how Skies of Arcadia-esque it is. So I like it for the vibes, for sure. Bud Spencer and Terrence Hill, Slaps and Beans 2. I have Slaps and Beans 1 digitally. Me and my sons played through it and had an absolute blast. It's just a really fun, quirky, doesn't take itself too seriously beat 'em up with a beautiful pixel art and like really fun mini games. If you guys like just like lighthearted beat 'em ups, these are worth a go. The first one was really buggy. I remember crashing on us a couple times. This one was really solid. We played through this one, had a great time with it. It's just a great beat 'em up. It's just a fun time. The music's great too, actually. We still listen to the music in the car sometimes, just for fun. Slave Zero. This is like a side-scrolling hack and slash game where you're like this giant demon. It's really neat looking. It looks like a PS1 game to me, and I love that aesthetic. But I mean, it was kind of like once you played it for like an hour or two, you kind of saw everything that it had to offer. I think it's a fun game. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, we're getting there. We're almost done with the S's. Longest video ever. Snack World, the Dungeon Crawl Gold. This is by Level 5. They just put out Fantasy Life, and this like looks just like it. Every time I'm playing Fantasy Life, I'm like, wow, they really just like copied the whole art style from Snack World pretty much. Snack World was, I think, big in Japan, but it looks just like Fantasy Life. The combat was really fun. It would have dungeon you'd go through and get different items and weapons. And I remember liking the combat a lot and playing online with people. I don't know if the servers are still up, but I had a lot of fun with this one. Again, I never hear anyone talking about this game. It's a lot of fun. I just like Level 5. Every game that they put out, I usually try to support. SNK 40th Anniversary Collection. This has a bunch of old SNK games on it. And this is one of the best collections I've ever seen because of how they handled it. They have a mode in here where you can pick a game and you can watch the computer play it for you from the beginning, and then you can just take over whenever you want. It's amazing. So you can just sit there watching the game, and you're like, oh, I want to play this part. And then you can jump in and play. It's really amazing. They have some really great features. Every collection should take the template that this one used and steal it because they got it right. That's how a collection should be done. Snow Motor Racing Freedom. This is just like the Aqua one. I went back way back when we did the A's. I don't like this one as much. For some reason, like going through the water in the Aqua one felt really good. Carving through the snow doesn't have that same kind of feel to it. So I remember I was disappointed with this, but I was excited to get this because I liked the water one so much. But this one I couldn't get into as much, unfortunately. The water one's really cool, though. All right, Snow Runner. We talked about the one from before, the Expeditions. Yeah, this is like the Dark Souls of truck games. You really have to like have the right gear and the right truck and know exactly what you're doing and like try and find your way around puddles and rocks to try and get like your gear to the next space, help cars get out that are trapped underwater and stuff like that. It's really crazy. Like this game can be nuts, but it's a lot of fun. I just respect the heck out of these games for like trying to make like a new genre out of like the car truck game, you know, tropes that we're so used to. These games are great. I really like them. All right, one of my favorite games of the last couple of years. Absolutely love Sonic Frontiers. I'm not a Sonic guy. I don't like Sonic that much. And I just bought this kind of on a whim. I was like, yeah, it looks interesting. I absolutely adore this game. I don't know why. I can't really explain it. I just like seeing like the collectibles in the air and thinking, oh, how do I need to get to that? Oh, I need to go to that loop and hit this button and jump over here. And I just love doing that over and over again. The boss battles were insane. The music was crazy. Some of the controls were really wonky and weird. And obviously the performance on Switch wasn't great. When I played through this on Xbox One, it obviously played a lot better. I'm actually working on playing through it again on PS5 because I like it so much. But I absolutely adore this game. I played it first on Switch, And obviously the pop-in was really bad. The performance wasn't great. But it still didn't stop me from having a phenomenal time with it. Love Sonic Frontiers. This is Sphinx. This is another one of those games from the PS2 generation that THQ Nordic decided to bring over. I love these 3D action platformer games, and this was a great one. I remember playing this back in the day, and it's just so great that they bring these games back to Switch. I mean, THQ Nordic is smart. Like, they have all these like dormant properties. They're like, let's just port it to Switch. It's probably cheap to bring over, and old people that remember these games like me buy them, and hopefully they make a lot of money on them. It's great. Keep putting them out. I'll keep buying them. This is kind of in the same vein as SnowRunner and Expeditions. It's another one of these truck games where you have to make sure you do everything very carefully, have all the right gear, or else you're going to get stuck in the mud, just like you get stuck on a boss in a Dark Souls game. Same thing, really. Spiritfarer. I really liked this game. I was kind of surprised because everything I heard about this game, I was like, ooh, I don't know if that's going to be for me. But it's really heartfelt. It's really, really cool. I like the art style. I like the story. I like the gameplay of upgrading the ship and helping the characters move on. It's really cool. I really ended up liking this game. That one actually took me by surprise. Splatoon 2. Oh man, this is one of my favorite first-party Nintendo games. I played the heck out of this game. Oh my gosh. Love this game. Probably my favorite multiplayer game of all time. Absolutely love it. I love playing this game and just like making sure that I'm covering like all the corners where all my teammates aren't doing it, so I feel like I'm still contributing, even though if I don't get like headshots all the time. It's just so nice that you can contribute to your team, even if you're not like, if you don't have like perfect Twitch reflexes. Absolutely love this game. And I bet I know what game is going to start the next stack. Hey, I was right. Splatoon 3. I can't get into this one. I don't know if I'm just like not good at this one or if everyone's just like way better than me at Splatoon now, but like I feel like I can't get going on this one. I don't know. Like it's hard for me to tell if it's me or if it's everybody else that's just better than me. I don't know. But I couldn't get into this one as much. I still like 2 the best. 2's awesome. Spyro. I can't get into these games. Everyone always says like, oh, the Spyro games are so fun and we played them when we were kids. And I was like, okay. I play them and you're just like flying around collecting gems and I'm just, I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing with this game. But I would love to get into them. They seem like they're fun. I've only tried the first one because I can't get into that one. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I kind of went into this game not knowing much about it. And that's probably the best thing you should do. This game is just a really interesting commentary about game design and player choice, which is quite interesting. And I don't know, it just feels like a ride that you're on, and you kind of like keep trying to get off the ride, but it finds ways of like it keeps bringing you back. It's really interesting. This is a really interesting game. It's really funny. There's some stuff in here, and I'm like, wow, that's really clever. But it's one of those games. Once you play it once, you're kind of like, okay, there's not really much reason to go through it again. But very interesting game. I like it a lot. Starlink. This is a game by Ubisoft, and they had a ton of like toys that they released with it. This was like at the tail end of the Toys to Life craze. I think Disney Infinity had already shut down. Skylanders wasn't making figures anymore. And they're like, we're coming out with a space game and we're going to sell physical spaceships. And we're like, don't you know that like that's over? Like all those companies like stopped making toys with their games. Like, we're going to do it anyway. I'm like, okay. And of course the game failed, and to the surprise of nobody except for Ubisoft, I guess. Ironically though, this game was great. I thought this game was really excellent. This version for Switch had Star Fox in it, and it was just a really good game. It was like a star combat game, but you could like land on planets. And I mean, I liked it more than No Man's Sky. Definitely had more stuff to do. The combat was really fun. Upgrading and changing the guns on the ships was great. I thought this game was great, and it doesn't get a lot of talk. People don't talk about it much. But I think it's a great game. Star Ocean. I never played the Star Ocean games growing up on the PS1 and stuff, so like all these remakes have been a big... I've welcomed them with open arms. They made a remake of the first one as digital only. I have that one downloaded. And this is the second one. I love the art style, love the combat. I love everything about this game. It takes a little while to get going. Once you get going, the game's pretty fun. I'm stuck in one part right now, and I just haven't checked online to see how to get by it. But I put a good 20 hours into this before I bounced off of it. But it's pretty fun. I like that one a lot. Star Overdrive. I saw the trailer for this during a Nintendo Direct and thought it looked really fun, primarily because of the traversal on this like hoverboard that he has. So a lot of people equate this game to Zelda. I can see why they do that. But the reason why I really like this game is just like traversing the alien world on the hoverboard is really fun for me. Some of the combat doesn't feel great, and the performance on Switch isn't very good. I haven't tried it on Switch 2 yet, but I really like the music, the vibe, and I like the the open world going around on the hoverboard. That's kind of what keeps me occupied on that game. All right, so we talked about the Harvest Moon games before. These are like the true Harvest Moon games now because the guy that was in charge of Harvest Moon is now making these. This is a great game. This is the remake of A Wonderful Life Harvest Moon from the GameCube, which I loved that game. This is the exact same game. They just like upgraded it. This is one of my favorite Harvest Moon games, so I love this one. Just a great farming sim. Super fun. Lots of nostalgia from when I used to play it on the GameCube. And then Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. This is a remake of the Game Boy Advance game. Again, very good. Love these. So these are like the new true Harvest Moon games. The Harvest Moon games are like not very good now. So if you want good ones, you got to go to the Story of Seasons table now. And then Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. This one's really good. I like this one as well. This one's not a remake. This one's just made for Switch. This one's great as well. Switch has a lot of great farming options for farming games. Here's Stray. I could not believe when this game got nominated for Game of the Year. I was like, really? Stray? I was like, I need to play this. Of course, I didn't play it on PlayStation just because I don't want to play on PlayStation. And then when they announced the Switch version, I was like, oh, okay, that game runs on Switch. Let's try it. So I've been playing through this. It's a very sad game. Like, I just get really sad vibes when I play this game. I feel bad for the cat. I feel bad for all the robot people. I feel bad for like his cat family. I feel bad for, I don't know. It just has a very somber tone to it. It's kind of a downer, but it's beautiful. I love the art style and just the art direction that they used. I think it's a gorgeous game. A lot of times you're just kind of like pointing up and jumping into different pipes and stuff, but it's a really, I don't know, I just love the vibes and the feel of that game. Story's pretty cool. Streets of Rage 4. When I heard this was coming out, I was very excited because I love beat 'em ups. I love Streets of Rage. However, I don't like the way this looks. It like looks like a phone game. I wish they would have gone with like a really elegant pixel style, but they didn't. They went with like looks like a Flash game, and it kind of keeps me from enjoying it more. I remember playing through the whole game with my kids. We had a blast playing through it, but the whole time I was just thinking, man, if the art style was different, I'd be liking it so much more. But it's a fun game. I just like beat 'em ups. I'm easy to please. Strife. This is a weird like mix between like old school Doom and like an RPG. It's really strange. I've never like known about this game, but apparently it's an old game that got like a remastered version for Switch. I tried to play this a little bit and I couldn't get into it. Let me know if this is any good or if it picks up, but I didn't get too far into it at all. Suikoden. This is the version of 1 and 2. I never played these on the PS1, and they're very expensive now, especially Suikoden 2. But I've been playing through these on the Switch. I think they look really good, and they're way better than I remember people saying. Like, people were like, yeah, Suikoden, blah, blah, blah. But I've been playing through, I'm like, this is actually really good. I'm surprised I don't hear more people raving about the old games. I came into the series at 3, so I played like 3, 4, and 5. I never played 1 and 2, so I'm enjoying going through them now, and they look great on Switch, and they have some really nice options to speed it up, so you don't have to sit through all these slow battles. All right, if you have a Switch, you have to own this game. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. I love these games. You know, obviously, I think Galaxy's the best. I really wish Galaxy 2 was on here. Those are like my favorites. 64 is cool. I just have a ton of nostalgia with that. I never got too far into that game when I was a kid, though. And I never got into Sunshine, but I remember buying that on the GameCube when it came out. But Galaxy is awesome, and I really wish it had come with Galaxy 2. Why did Nintendo make that game like a limited time thing? It's so stupid. Alright. Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. That game was on Wii U. I bought it primarily just for Bowser's Fury because a lot of people were saying like, oh, this is the evolution of the 3D Mario formula, this or that. It was okay. Like, it was really kind of annoying with Bowser coming all the time and like shooting fire at you every 5 seconds. And I don't know. I kind of hope that's not the way that we're going for 3D Mario games. But it was nice that they included something because we saw with like Donkey Kong Country Returns, they can charge $60 and not add anything. So thanks for Bowser's Fury, I guess. And not just giving us the same game with nothing new. Mario Maker 2. I really liked Mario Maker on the Wii U. It had a lot of charm to it. This one just feels kind of soulless. I don't make my own levels. I just like playing through them, and some of them were like totally evil. But it's really cool. People got super creative with this. And really, you can have like unlimited Mario levels with this, which is awesome. But I didn't get too into this one. I got more into the Wii U one. Mario Odyssey, I was very disappointed by this game, just because I felt like you were always throwing your hat on something and becoming a different character other than Mario. When I play a Mario game, I want to be Mario. I don't want to be a dinosaur or like a little spring guy with, just let me be Mario. I don't know why I have to keep being other characters. Like, Mario's cool enough. He can carry the game on his own. We don't need like a gimmick in every single Mario game, like the hat and the flood and all this other stuff. I don't know. Hopefully in the next game they don't do any of that stuff. Astrobot kicked its butt, to be honest. I'd rather play Astrobot than any of these Mario games. Super Mario RPG. This is a remake of the Super Nintendo game. I played this on the Super Nintendo back in the day. It was one of my favorite Super Nintendo games. Again, because it's a turn-based RPG, but it's engaging. You have to hit the buttons with it at the right time. This one's a little bit too easy. It's got some like uber special moves that just like wipe the screen clean. But I played through it and had a blast with this. I'm really glad that they remade it. Hopefully it sold well. I feel like it's always on sale, which doesn't fill me with confidence. But I would love for them to do a brand new one. That'd be really cool. I hope it had the sales to support that. Title milestones. I have 2 and 3 here. I don't like 2 too much. It's got a couple good games on it. But 3 is really good. 3's got a ton of great games on it. It's got Dead Connection, which I absolutely love. Rastan Saga, Kadash, however you say it. Runark, Rastan Saga 2, Rainbow Islands, Bubble Bobble. This third one's got all the good games. So if you're going to buy only one of these, get 3. I don't have 1 yet. 1's really hard to find. Might be like an import or something. I don't know. Some good ones on there, though. Tales of Symphonia Remastered. I remember buying this game for the GameCube because it had real-time combat. I was like, yeah, let's go. So it had the cool cel-shade art style. It had real-time combat. The problem is it had like a ton of talking, and the story was like, nah. Wasn't anything interesting going on with the story. The combat was pretty cool, and the art style was cool. But besides that, I had a hard time getting into that one. And I kind of had the same problem with all of the Tales games. Here's 2 more. Here's Tales of Vesperia. That game originally came out on the Xbox 360. And then here's Tales of Graces, which I think was a Vita game. I could be wrong. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. But all these games have really fun combat, but like the stories kind of go nowhere. But I like the combat and I like the art style. But it's usually not enough to pull me through. But I like to support them because I like to support action RPGs. I like to get as many as I can. Tachia. This game I tried out on Game Pass. I was like, I'll try it, whatever. It doesn't look like my kind of game, but let's just try it. And the beginning like sucked me in. I was like, wow, this is really cool. Had great music, had a real chill island like style to it. And I kept playing it, and then you like go to a city, and then the game kind of falls apart for me. But I really like the beginning of this, and it set me up for like big disappointment because I love the beginning of it so much. I need to jump back into this one because once it gets to the city, I kind of checked out. Team Sonic Racing. This is a great game, It's another kart racer. Nothing really spectacular about it. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's not as good as Mario Kart. The Cowabunga collection, this has got some great games on it. I remember my whole childhood playing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games in the arcade and on the NES and Super NES. It's got all that stuff. So many good games on here. It has the Tournament Fighters games on here too. I can't stand those. But this is worth it alone just for the arcade game and the Super Nintendo game and the NES games. Super cool. Great collection. Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. This is a music game with all Final Fantasy music. It's really good though. Like they do it with like boss battles, so you kind of have to like progress through like these trees. But it's got fantastic music. I just don't like the chibi art style that they use. These little like cutesy characters. Like why can't they use like the real sprites from the games? I think that'd be so much cooler if they just took the actual like art from the game and used that. I know why they did it. They want to like unify the art style so all the characters look the same. But I don't know, like give us an option for us to like actually use like the real like polygon characters and sprites from the real games. I think that'd be amazing. But the music's great, you know. I just wish they used a different art style. I talked about this before when I was covering Neo, but this is The World Ends With You. It's a remake of a DS game. The controls on this version don't work very well, but it's a really interesting game, and I was always curious about it when it came out on the DS, because everyone talked about it all the time, but I really didn't know why. But I'm glad it came to the Switch, and glad that it got a sequel. All right, we're down to the last row. We're almost there. Thanks for sticking with me. Oh, I'm getting tired. Maybe doing all this in one day wasn't a good idea. Been up this for 5 hours now? Jeez. All right, we're getting there. All right, They Always Run. This is a side-scrolling beat-em-up with some really cool combat mechanics. If you hold the right bumper and then move the right stick, you can like move this like arm coming out of your back in like a full circle. You can dodge, you can do parries, lots of cool, like insta kills. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this. I love the color and I love the character design. I just wish it was pixelated. I'm not a big fan of like how the art looks. I know I sound like a broken record, but like, I don't know. I don't like the art style that some of these games use. And if I like the art style, I'll be way more engaged in your game. But the combat mechanics are really neat. All right, Thimbleweed Park. This was the first limited run Switch game. I think it's number 1. Where does it say? Yeah. This is number, you can't see. It's hard to see. Number 1. But this is made by the makers of Monkey Island. And I used to love Monkey Island when I was a kid. However, now that I'm older, I have a really hard time playing point-and-click adventure games. I just don't have the patience for them anymore. Like, use chicken with pulley, like all that stuff. Like, I'm not going to figure that stuff out. So, but this one's fun. I like this one. It's got a really cool setting to it. And I wanted to support the developers and kind of have like a piece of my childhood, just because I loved Monkey Island so much growing up. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. This is another one of those games that everybody talks up. Everybody. So, like, I was sick of hearing everybody say how good it was. I'm like, all right, I'll buy it. I think I found it for like $20. I was like, okay, let's try it. And the first thing, you're like in this classroom trying to figure out who to talk to, just like Persona. I'm like, oh, here we go with this. And the combat is like turn-based, but it has really cool particle effects. I'll give it that. So the combat's really cool. But like everything other than the combat is like insufferable. Like, I can't do it. I don't think I'm going to be able to play any more of this one. But everyone always talks about how good this game is. So I don't know if you just need to like get to a certain part or put in a certain amount of hours until it gets really good. But not for me so far. That's for darn sure. This is The Police. I always thought that the premise of like being a cop in games is really cool. I loved Police Quest for the old PC games. Those were really neat. This one's really slow though. You like send people out on like jobs, and you have to like decide what to do. If you should arrest people or let them go, give them another chance. It's kind of neat. I went through it on PS4, and I got it for Switch. I haven't really played it much on Switch, but I did play a lot of it on PS4 and liked what I played. It's kind of a different game. Time Spinner. This is like a Symphony of the Night clone. Which you wouldn't think of it from the name. And this name's like really obtuse. I always forget the name of this game. But you can, like, it's a shameless ripoff of Symphony of the Night. It like has the same font and look and everything. But it's really short. I beat this game in like no time flat. but it's really fun. I love Symphony of the Night, so I'm always down with Symphony of the Night clones. They did a nice job with this one. It's just really short. This is the Best Buy cover, I believe. A lot of these limited run games have more than one cover. I think it affects the value. I don't know. I would think it would. Next is Tiny Barbarian. This is one of the ones that came out very close to the launch of the Switch. This one's cool because it comes with stuff. Nicalis always does a good job of actually putting things inside their games. It's so sad when you open up these games, there's like just a little cartridge in it and that's it. Now for the Switch too, sometimes you buy a game and there's nothing in it except for a code, like Split Fiction. But those were the days when they actually put stuff in the actual game cartridge. This is a really tough game. It's like pulled back, so your character is all small, but it's really hard. There's a lot of projectiles coming at you from each way. It's got like an old school difficulty thing going on. But back in the early days of the Switch, you know, it was fun for a little while. Titan Quest. This is like a Diablo clone, but I think it's better. It's really fun. This game's great. And another game that nobody ever talks about, another port by THQ Nordic. I love these little ports that they put out. They're awesome. It's a great dungeon crawler with great loot, great combat. Another great game that no one ever talks about. Titan Quest is great. This one's Tokyo Xanadu. This one's made by Falcom. They're the makers of the Ys series. And I heard this has the same combat as Ys. So I jumped in. I bought this one on PS4, and I liked it a lot. It does have a very similar combat style to the Ys games. So that's all I need to hear, and I'm in. However, like everything around it, though, is kind of slow moving. Like you're going through these really boring dungeons. And I don't know. Like I wish they would have built a better game around the really cool combat mechanics, because the combat mechanics are solid, but everything around it is not my favorite. But I mean, if you're just coming here for the combat, here you go. But you might also just play the Ys games, in my opinion. All right, next one's Tomba. This is a limited run release of an old PS1 game. These games are so weird. So when I heard they were coming to Switch, I was like, I need to get it. So you can like move back and forth, even though it's like a 2D game. And you can pick up things, use it to get to higher places. It's really, really strange. I love the art style. There's something about like pixelated old PS1 games. I love the way they look. I don't know what it is about it, but I absolutely love the jankiness of some of them, like the jaggies. I don't know. It pleases me for some reason. But it looks like that on here. It looks fantastic. It's so colorful. I love the world. I love the character. I love this game. It's so cool. I'm glad they brought it to Switch. I think they're bringing the second one too, right? Here's Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. I skipped these games when I was a kid. I never played them. So I was like, well, at least I'll have all three of them on one cartridge. It's awesome. They also released 4, 5, and 6. Right now it's digital only, but I did pre-order the physical from Limited Run, so it'll probably come in like 10 years. But it does come with 4, 5, and 6 on the cartridge. I always wanted to play 6. That's the bad one for PS2, right? That's the one I've always wanted to play. Angel of Darkness. It's supposed to be terrible, so I can't wait to play it. But yeah, so this one's cool. It's got 3 games on there that I've never played. Well, I've played them now. They're fun. But I've only played through a little bit of the first one. Looking forward to playing the rest of them. But they're kind of hard to go back to. They're kind of janky. They show their age quite a bit, is what I'm saying. Here's Tony Hawk 1 and 2. Unfortunately, this has a big download. It's not all on the cart. But I played the heck out of these games when I was a kid. Primarily because of the soundtrack. I was like, wow, these are all bands that I listened to. I was like, wow, I didn't know like anyone else knew who these bands were. So like the soundtrack pulled me in, and then the gameplay was phenomenal. I absolutely loved these games as a kid. Love them now. I kind of wish they had a mode where you could just play it with the old school graphics. I kind of like it better with the older graphics. Maybe that's just me. But it's a fantastic game. I can't wait for 3 and 4. I loved 3 and 4. I don't think I played them as much as 1 and 2 when I was a kid, but I liked them better, I think. So I can't wait for 3 and 4 to come out. I think in about a month, right? So can't wait for that one. Love Tony Hawk. Those games are a blast. Token Rambu Warriors. This is just a Dynasty Warriors clone. It's got a couple different changes to it. It's got a couple different ways you can cast spells and do special attacks. But yeah, this is a game you don't see very often. I saw this a couple months ago at one of our local stores and picked it up because it's one that I don't see very often. Trials of Mana. This is the remake of the one from the collection that we saw earlier. It's got great action combat. I really like the combat in this game a lot. There's a couple things I don't like about it. Like some of the leveling is kind of weird. I don't like some of the art style, like how animated it is. Lots of talking, but the combat's really great, so I love it for that. It's got cool combat, I'm in. This one I'm not sure why I bought. I don't like strategy games. Maybe I'm just like a sucker for that 2D, 3D art style. I tried this, way too much talking, and yeah, I'm not into the strategy element, so I don't know. I just bought this on a whim, and my whim was wrong. Stupid whim. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. I'll probably get rid of that one at some point. Trinity Trigger. This came in a cool little box set. It's a pretty cool action RPG. You go through these dungeons, and they're kind of boring, but they have like these spikes and like these different environmental things you have to get past. But it's got really cool hack and slash combat, action RPG. I'm all about it. I don't really like the art style too much, or the music. The music's kind of just throwaway. But it's a pretty good game. It's a good action RPG. All right, this was called one of the worst Switch games for a long time. And it came out pretty early in the Switch's life when we were waiting for games to come out. And I was like, I want a new game. I got it for pretty cheap. And I was like, everyone says it's terrible. I'm always down for terrible games to laugh at and just have a good time with. Let's try it. So I popped in Troll and I, and I was playing the beginning of it. And I was like, this game's fun. Like, what is everyone talking about? Like, the opening cutscene was cool. The story was kind of cool. You know, had this boy, like, befriended this troll and stuff. The troll looked kind of weird, but the graphics were kind of bad. It was kind of janky, but I couldn't figure out why it was getting all the hate. And then I got like an hour or two in, and it started crashing, and I couldn't progress. And I was like, okay, this is why people are saying this about this game. I don't know if they ever patched it or anything, but I never went back because it didn't give me a very good feeling the first time I played it. But it started pretty strong, but unfortunately, when it started crashing and not being able to play it, I kind of bounced. Tropico 6. I love the Tropico games. Just like when I was talking about cities, like city skylines, love city builders. This one's kind of the same thing, although you have like a South American vibe to this, and I really like it. It's a great game. I love like worrying about all the different like crops and your logging and your like what crops you guys are sending to different countries, and super fun. I really like these games a lot. Like different factions will come and try and like overtake you, and I don't know. I dig these games, and I never hear anyone talk about these games, but I've played all of them since 3. I've played Tropico 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I'll keep playing them if they keep making them. Truberbrook. This is a point-and-click adventure game, again, with really, really nice backgrounds that they handmade. It looks awesome. But again, I'm at the age now where I'm kind of past the point of patience for these point-and-click RPG games. But I've heard this one's pretty good. It's supposed to be short, too. Tunic. I got this one with the nice little box set that it came with. Comes with all kinds of goodies. I've put a couple hours into this. It's kind of cool that it like tells you everything at the beginning of the game, like with like a different language, and apparently you like learn it as you go. It's really nice and really cool. It's a little bit too Zelda-y for me, and like a little bit too many puzzles. But I love the way it looks, and I love the way it plays. Plays great on Switch. I'm just wondering if the puzzles are going to turn me off, but we'll see. So far, so good. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. I guess it's supposed to be like funny. The Turnip is committing tax evasion. Like, okay, sure. The game's not very fun. I don't know. Like the art style, I can't really get down with. This game is not my favorite. But I heard you can beat it in like an hour or two. But I've bounced earlier than that off of these, so I don't know if I'll ever finish it, even though it's pretty quick. 2 Point Campus. I love the 2 Point games where you have to like run a business or a museum or a hospital or a campus. This is the one where you're running a college, so you have to like set up your classes, train your professors. You know, it keeps track of how many of your students are graduating, this and that. You get to design where everything goes. I love that, trying to like design where all the buildings go. That's like one of that, like that ticks that dopamine for me. I love that for some reason. But this game is really fun. But I like this one better. 2 Point Hospital. I loved Theme Hospital back in the day for the computer, and they had it for PS1 too. We had to like run your own hospital. That's what this one is tries to have like a really funny sense of humor. So they'll have like patients come in with like, their heads like as big as balloons and stuff like that, and the doctor like pops it with a pen just to kind of be funny. Has like a British sense of humor. But I love this game because it reminds me of Theme Hospital. I love these. And now 2 Point Museum is coming to Switch too. I have it for PS5. I haven't been able to get into that one at all, so I don't know. I might skip that on PS2. We'll see, or Switch 2 rather. Here's Todd the Tasmanian Tiger 1 and 2. I like 1 a lot. Couldn't really get into 2. And this thing comes with like a boomerang USB or something. Yeah, there's like the download code. I don't know what the USB is for. Very strange. USB. It comes with soundtracks, art books, posters, some comic. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff on there. I thought it was cool. Although the first one's the only one that's on the cartridge. You have to download the second one, which kind of stinks. Wish both of them were on the cartridge. This is Yumihara Kawaze Fresh. It's a really strange like platforming game, but you have like this fishing pole that you can use to like get up to ledges and stuff. It has some really cool mechanics. I like games that try new things. This totally does. It's very Japanese. But it has, I like all the weird things that they do with the fishing pole. It kind of gives it like its own unique style and vibe to it. It's pretty cool. I think this is one of the most overrated games ever. I heard everyone and their mom talking about Undertale. Oh, Undertale. Like, cool, I'll play it. It must be really good. Yeah, this game is like terrible. I'm like, what? Why does everyone like this game? I don't get it. The music's good. I think it was made by one dude, right? Toby Fox. I don't get it. I just don't. I played it like for 2 or 3 hours, and I was like falling asleep, bored to tears. I don't get it. Someone explain it to me, please. Don't get it. Maybe I'm too old. I don't know. Unicorn Overlord, another one I took a chance on. I'm like, it's like turn-based and strategic, but everyone loves it. Should not have bought this. I tried. I like Vanillaware. I like their art style, but I should stay away from these tactical RPGs. I can't stand it. No thanks. I tried. Unsighted, just found this a couple weeks ago. Absolutely love this game. Beautiful pixel art. Really cool traversal. Really nice action combat. Trying to get to different areas of the world with different moves and stuff. Really, really like this game. There's parts where these big enemies are chasing you down. It's really, really, it gets your heart pumping. Love it. I love this game a lot. I wish more people talked about it as I throw it across the room. But I wish more people talked about it. It's a great game. But it doesn't get any love. Unsold. I just got this game a couple weeks ago as well, but I did pop it in. It's got this really, really interesting kind of minimalist art style to it, but it's still pixelated. I love it. It's got really nice combat. It's bloody. You're trying to unlock new areas and go to new places you haven't been. And it has just a great feel to it. It feels very lonely. I took a couple of screenshots with the capture button just because some of the scenes were just so beautiful. All right, we're getting to the end here. We're almost there. Hang with me, guys. Thank you so much if you're still watching. All right, I went ahead and took the rest off so we could just get this done. I got them all right here. Let's go ahead. This is the final stretch. Thank you so much if you're still watching. It's been a long day. I'm still going. I'm thinking I should have done this over a couple days, but it's okay. Getting footage for all these games is going to be more time consuming. It's okay. This collection's worth it. All right, this one is Valfaris. This one's a very difficult but beautiful pixel art action game. It's kind of difficult, but it's got really cool melee combat, and it's got shooting as well. It's just got like this heavy metal feel to it. At the end of each level, he does like headbanging. It's super cool. I just love the feel of this game. Just the whole thing feels like a heavy metal video. It's pretty cool. Vampire or Vampire. I've never heard actually how to say this game. I adore this game. I played it first on PS4 and I played it on Xbox One. I beat it on both of those. and then it came to Switch, beat it on there as well. If you've never played this game, I have a pro tip for you. So you play a vampire, and throughout the game, you have the decision to whether you can, kill people and, suck their blood and kill them or spare them. And if you play a bad guy and you kill everybody, you get way more experience points and you become way more powerful and the game is way easier. If you play a good guy and spare everybody, the game is way harder. So it's like this unspoken difficulty selection. I played it once on hard and once on easy, and it was like night and day. So just know that if you play this, if you're a good guy, you're going to be in for a rough time. But if you play as a jerk, it's going to be easy. All right, Victor Vran. These are really cool dungeon crawlers. They're like Diablo clones. It's got music from Motorhead in it, which is always a good thing. This game is really good. I remember I was shocked how good it was. I'm always a sucker for a Diablo clone. This is actually a pretty good one. WarioWare Get It Together. My favorite WarioWare game is still the first one from the Game Boy Advance. Just the regular old, hit A to do stuff. This one, you have all these characters that do different things that can change the puzzles and work through the levels. I just used the same guy over and over again and beat the game. So I'm like, what's the point of having all these guys that do different things if just having one guy can do it? I don't know. I know you're supposed to play multiplayer, but I just played it by myself and I just used the same character through the whole game and it was over in 2 hours. So a little disappointed by that one. Warriors Orochi 4. It's a Dynasty Warriors game. It's a Muso game. You're just running around, slashing through thousands of guys who've been there, done that. This is the second Katamari game that came to PlayStation 2. We love Katamari. I don't like this one as much as the first one, but it still has the same quirky gameplay, amazing music. I mean, these games are always a blast for me. I'll buy every single one that they put out just because I think they're so fun. Here's Windjammers. This is a arcade. It's like a sports game, really, but it's almost like a fighting game at the same time. So you have these two people on opposite sides of a court, and you're trying to get the frisbee into the net behind them. But you can parry, hit it up, do special attacks, depending on the different kind of chord. It changes on how you move, and I love this game. It's so fun. Windjammers is great, so fun. Wild Guns Reloaded. This is a remastered version of a Super Nintendo game. So it's just these static screens, and you have a person moving from left to right on the bottom. And you can kind of dodge attacks, shoot different things, get power-ups. It's nice pixelated, beautiful graphics. Love this game. Another game that came out at the beginning of the Switch's life. Wolfenstein Youngblood. This is another code in a box. This is a 30 gig download, something crazy. Does it say? Probably. I'm just not seeing it. Oh, 21 gig. It's a lot. And this game's not great. I mean, the shooting's really good, but the dialogue and how these sisters talk to each other is so stupid. The writing's terrible. The shooting's pretty good, but I mean, to take up 21 gigs on your memory, I don't think it's worth it. Whoops, wrong one. This was the Wii U game that I was hoping the most was going to come to Switch. This is by Platinum, and it's such a wonderfully creative, different game. You're recruiting all these people, and you can put them into shapes of weapons, and it's really cool. I love the bright colors and the art aesthetic that they used. I absolutely love this game. I think it's so fun. Another one that no one talks about. It was kind of shady because Platinum was asking for money to get this finished when apparently it was done already. So some shady dealings with that. I just waited for it to come to the store and I just bought it. That's the way to do it most of the time. But this game's awesome. One of the Wii U ports I was hoping for the most. Wreckfest. I love this game. Oh my gosh. This is made by the developers that did the Flat Out games. And those were really fun. They had these fun mini games where you could play darts and shoot the guy out of the car, and it was pretty awesome. So I played this game on Game Pass first on Xbox, and then I went through and played it on Switch all the way through. So fun. The car destruction is awesome. They have these levels where you're going in figure eights. So every time it intersects, you have to really avoid the other cars. It's so much fun. They have destruction derby levels where you have to destroy all the other cars. I absolutely adore this game. I was so happy when it came to Switch because I thought it was so fun on Game Pass. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, I think. Sorry. Okay. Xenoblade Chronicles. You know, everyone says, like, these games aren't turn-based. They're turn-based. Like, I don't know why people say they're not. Like, you just hit attack, and you just kind of, like, wait for them to do it. You know, it's not like when you hit attack, they do it. You're just making a suggestion. I'd like you to attack this side, please. Okay. You know, they're kind of turn-based, but I love them because they're kind of, like, situational. So, like, you can only do a backslash attack if you're behind the enemy. You can only do a side. So it's still kind of active in that way. And sometimes it'll have, like, quick time events, which will give you, like, bonuses. But this game came out for the Wii, excuse me, first. Played it on the Wii, loved it. This is one of my favorite RPGs. I love it. I absolutely adored it. Then the second one came out on the Switch. So I bought this day one because I love the first one so much. I don't like this one very much. I can't get into 2. I know that's pretty common. A lot of people feel that way. Then Torna came out after that one. I don't have Torna, but I heard that one's really good, but it's kind of hard to find now. And then my favorite came out. I love 3. 3 is so good. Love the story. Like, for me to say that, I don't care about story. The music's beautiful. I really liked it. This is the only one that I've finished. I finished this one all the way through. Absolutely adored it. Really liked it. And then they brought X. I really like X. I just haven't finished it yet because there's, like, not really anything pulling you through it. It's just kind of sterile. There's not a whole lot going on story-wise. Yeah, but I really like this one too. They're all great except for 2, pretty much. And I still need to get Torna, but they're fun. I see why people like those games so much. I like them too. Yoku's Island Express. This is a pinball platformer, ladies and gentlemen. Pinball. I love when pinball is mixed with other genres. I told you this. I've seen this game on sale in the eShop for like $2. Pick this game up. I don't know how much it is physically now, but it's absolutely phenomenal. There's this little bug on this ball, and you have to, like, hit it around the world. It's so cool. I absolutely love it. It's got a great art style to it. Great mashup of platforming and pinball. Love that game. Such a unique premise. Yonder, I haven't played much of this at all. I played a little bit of it. I'm just, like, wandering around. I, like, activated, like, a tower or something, and that's, like, all I've played. I need to go back and play this one again because I haven't played it much. I have tried it just for a brief amount of time. It didn't sink its teeth into me at all. All right, now we're getting into my ease games. Let's go. All right. First one's this remake of a PSP game, The Oath in Felghana. This is like an old school ease game. This one just came out not too long ago, but it's got like the old school ease. I love ease combat for all of them because it's always got great level ups, great feeling combat, great special attacks, great boss battles. I love them. This one's not one of my favorites, but I was really glad that it came to the Switch because it's super cool. Then my favorite, which is 8. I love 8. 8 takes place on a deserted island. That's the alternate. But yeah, I just think this cover art is so much better than the other one. It's so cool looking. I love 8. 8 is so good. 8's my favorite one, my favorite ease game. Then there's 9. 9 like takes place a lot in like a prison and then this like city, and it just doesn't hit the same as 8. Then you do get into like an open world section, but it never really hits the highs that 8 does. And then 10 came out not too long ago. I really like 10. 10's better than 9 for sure. But it has a lot of like ship combat when you're in like a ship. All the pirate ship stuff that they added, I feel like is totally worthless. They could just take all that out. The combat in the ship's not fun. The exploration in the ships isn't fun. Like, just they could just scrap all that. But I love the Ease series on Switch. Absolutely love them. Another game series that does not get enough love. I wish more people would play. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on my last open game. Everything else is going to be sealed. Almost there. It's going to feel good once it's all finished. All right, Zombie Army Trilogy. These games play like Gears of War to me. They're like these like slow lumbering third-person action games. They're pretty fun. I don't know. I haven't played a ton of it. Put a couple hours into it. Just reminds me of Gears of War. It's pretty fun. All right, those are all of my open games. The rest that I have here are sealed. I'll kind of explain why I've left them sealed, each one of them. These aren't in alphabetical order, by the way. All the others were, because I'm anal. These are just kind of whatever. All right, this is To the Moon. I have the Collector's Edition 2 up there, thanks to my buddy Josh. Shout out Josh. But yeah, I have this physically, or no, I have it digitally. I have it here, sealed, and then there's one sealed in there too. I love To the Moon. You know, I'm not that into story, but these games really got to me in like a big way. Like the characters, and more than the characters, the music. Like I can hear it in my head right now. The music is just phenomenal, and it gets me emotional just thinking about it. But I love this game. To the Moon is fantastic. It's got a great story. The gameplay sucks. I'm just gonna say it right now. Like the actual gameplay of this game is terrible. So really, you're just playing it for the story. So to be honest, if you want to just watch the story on YouTube, like I think that's totally valid, because the gameplay is not fun. You're just like searching for stuff and these static. No, it's not great. But the music and the story of this game is what pull it through. So I'm just going to leave it sealed because I have it digitally, so I have no reason to open it. That's going to be the deal with a lot of these sealed ones. Pepper Grinder. I bought this even though I had it digitally, just because I love it so much. Like, I love this game, and I just wanted to have it physically. I think it was like $25 on Amazon. And I was like, you know what? Like, I love this game. I love Pepper Grinder. This is one of my favorite indie games. If you haven't played this yet, it's fantastic. It kicks my butt. Like, I couldn't beat the first boss for like months. It took me a long time. But it's got this really cool combat mechanic where you're going through the sand with your drill. It feels like Drill Dozer, but like good. I really like this game a lot. So I just wanted to have it physically, even though it's still sealed. The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa. This is from Josh too. Josh has given me a lot of these sealed ones. I have this game. It's like this pixelated beat 'em up, but it like has Shenmue vibes. But like it's really hard to know what to do in the game. It's really obtuse. So if you don't have a guide, you have to go certain places at certain times to trigger stuff, and it's pretty intense. But I really like this game. I definitely wanted to have it physically. This one I bought because I like the cover so much. I like this game too. Chasm. Look at this cover. This is like one of my favorite Switch covers. Look at this. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. This was the Best Buy one. I think it looks way better than the limited run one. I really liked Chasm a lot. It's one of my favorite Metroidvanias on the Switch. I have it digitally. But I literally saw this in Best Buy and just bought it because I love the game and I love the cover. I think it is so fantastic looking. Oh, if you haven't played that game, I like it a lot. Panzer Paladin. This is sealed, and I haven't played it yet just because I'm waiting for like a deep sale on the digital one. It's always like $20. I'm waiting for it to be like $5, so I can just keep this sealed. So I know I broke my rule, and here's a game I haven't played, but it's just because I'm waiting for a deep sale on the digital. I'm not going to talk about it because I haven't played it. Okinawa Rush. I do have this one. This one's a great game. It's like an arcade beat 'em up, but like mixed with like a sad story. And it's got like these like really weird mechanics where you jump like super high and like you hit people across the screen, and I don't know, it's really fun. Okinawa Rush is awesome. So I got that one sealed as well. This one is Windjammers 2. I bought this because I thought I was going to like it, and then I played it on Game Pass, and I hated it. So I just never opened it. But I have played it on Game Pass. It's not as good as the first Windjammers at all. At all. I like the first one way better. So I'm just like, well, I don't want to play it, so I haven't opened it. I don't have this one digital either. I just don't think I ever want to play it again. Card Shark. I got this from AC Card Shark, a.k.a. Josh. This is a game where like you play some guy that's like cheating at cards. I have no interest in this at all. I'm not a card guy. It doesn't sound fun to me, so I'm just going to leave this one sealed. In Sound Mind. I found this for like $10. Just bought it. Horus is one of my favorite indie games. It's an indie game about a little robot that this guy puts together, and spoilers happen, and it's just a really heartfelt game with a lot of creative things to it. The guy, I think 2 people made this game. So creative. I love this game. Just because I like it so much, I wanted to support it. So when it went up for pre-order, I did buy it. Haven't opened it, but I do love Horus. I think it's great. I just hate how these import games have the word in the middle of the spine. That irks me. Here's another one from Josh. A Short Hike. I have this one digitally. You can beat it in like 2 hours, and I did. But I loved it. It's a great game. Reminds me of a 3DS game. It just looks like a 3DS game to me. There's the import logo in the middle that I hate. So I'm just leaving that one sealed. Pocky and Rocky. I played this on PS4. And I was like, I really want it for Switch. But it kicked my butt so hard that I don't want to get my butt kicked again. So I haven't opened it. Just because I know I'm going to get my butt kicked. This has a weird thing where you can't unlock easy mode until you beat it on like normal or hard, which makes no sense. So I've only seen like the first level or 2 because it's so darn hard. So I've just left it sealed because I know it's going to kick my butt again like it did on the PS4. Sorry. This is the Bill and Ted collection. I, again, have this digitally. You can't get this digitally anymore. They delisted it. So at some point, I think this thing is going to be really hard to find. It came with a card with Keanu Reeves on it, which is kind of cool. I wish they would just put this in there. I'm going to lose this thing. These games are terrible. But I have good memories of renting the Bill and Ted Nintendo game and having high hopes that it was going to be great, and then just being crushed when I brought it home and put it in my NES. I don't know why that just brings back, it's like PSD, bad memories, but leaving that one sealed because I have it digital. This one I saw at Bookman's and I got, but I haven't played, so I'm just going to not talk about that one. This is Super Blood Hockey. This is a great game. It reminds me of like NES ice hockey. But you can like kill people and like there's blood spurting out everywhere when you hit them. It's so cool. Hence the picture here. So I have that one digitally as well, but that is just like the coolest cover ever. I think it's so neat. And then this is the last one. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I had this game on 360, and of course they delisted it for a long time. I don't know if they lost the rights or what, but then they brought it back. I did download it digitally again on the Switch. It doesn't hold up as well as I remember. Like I was playing it and I was like, I remember having more fun with this game when I played it on the 360. But everyone was clamoring for this game, right? When like limited run was a thing, like bring Scott Pilgrim, because it was one of the more popular indie game beat 'em ups. And it took them a long time to work it out with Ubisoft, but they eventually did. And we got one. That's it. We did it. Started at 9 o'clock? It's now 3:24. Man. I only took a little break to eat lunch and go get my wife a pizza. That was it. Man, looks weird to have an empty shelf over here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know if you made it through the whole thing. I really wanted to make this one just long video that people can just put on in the background or fall asleep to and just enjoy. Just get it cozy up with a blanket and a beverage and just have some fun. Hopefully, I'm going to start to get some footage for you guys. Hopefully, you saw gameplay through this whole thing. I'm not looking forward to getting all that, but that's going to be fun. Thank you to my 180 subscribers. If you have not subbed, please do so. It would mean a lot. We're trying to keep this channel moving forward. And if you would like and subscribe, it would just mean the world to me. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll talk to you guys next time.
I have a Switch addiction.